What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Players, Dirty Harrison! Poulsen!
Impressive.
Game shot.
He's not missing much.
Charlie Mambi. Game
Superb.
Shot, third leg. Adam Gavlas. Game shot.
Hallelujah!
Ronan,
He's won a game. It most
shot,
definitely is.
Peter Wachiuri.
And a
Game
top
shot,
class
third leg.
check out to the
Duff.
catalogue. Yeah, the action's hotting up here in Group A. Two players tied at the top on 8 points as we head into Tuesday's action. Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where overnight Adam Gavlas and Neil Duff lead the way. 8 points for the pair going into Tuesday's proceedings, but it is a very tight-looking Group A with 4 players all within a couple of points of one another. The asset Paul Nicholson is with me here in the studio once again today to preside all over the action. And let's talk about yesterday, where it was a very tight Group A. 2 players on 8 points at the top and only a couple of players just in behind them on 6-2.
Yeah, I think the people chasing the top 2, they had a decent day, but I think they would very fairly say that the people above them played just a little bit better. Gavlas was brilliant in the middle of the day, and Neil was just doing the kind of things that we expect from him. Not playing his best stuff, but was playing very dependable things.
Well, this is how the table looks on the end of the first day's play. As you can see, Adam Gavlas leads by way of legs difference from Neil Duff in second position. Peter Wachiuri, Charlie Mambi on 6 points. Ronan McDonagh with just a solitary win yesterday, with even Springboard Poulsen yet to pick up points in this group. Let's talk about Adam Gavlas. And 8 points to his name following the first day's worth of play. And there was a patch in the middle of that session where it looked like the Adam Gavlas that's made UK Open semi-finals.
Yeah, I get the feeling that the first game, when he picked up a victory with a lower average, I think it gave him the confidence to progress throughout the course of the day. What we saw from round 2 and round 3 was the Adam Gavlas that got us excited back in 2019. Very much a patient player, doesn't play very quickly, very much poised. But the thing that impressed me the most, it was his attitude. At no point yesterday was he disappointed. At no point was he overexcited. And I think that kind of attitude can take you a long way here.
In terms of Peter Wachiuri, recorded a highest ever personal PB average yesterday. But in terms of the day overall, was it just a little bit patchy?
Yeah, I just think he was a bit late to the party early in the morning. But by the time he got going, he was playing some of the best darts I've seen from him. And I think when he first came here, a lot of people accused Peter of being invited based on viral behaviour on the internet and obviously being close to getting to Ali Pali. But the thing is, you don't average 105 plus on this stage without being a really good player. He might be unconventional, but that game really does prove what is possible.
Well, let's have a look at the odds. Neil Duff is the favourite going into Tuesday's action. And when you consider the fact that yesterday he averaged 90 for the day, but his highest average was only 93, there was very little in terms of the range of performance. It was consistent throughout.
This is the difference between someone like Duff and Peter Wachiuri, because you look at the range of Peter is closer to 30 points than to 25. And then you look at Neil Duff and his range is around about 10, 15% of that. That's what a classy player can do. They can win poorly with an 88 average. They can win brilliantly with a 93. That's what Neil does, and there's still another level to find. Whether he needs to find that today, well, that's up for debate.
It is 18 plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the first game of the action then. The first First game of the day. Oh, this is a long morning, isn't it? It's Adam Gavlas, Neil Duff. I caught up with Adam earlier. Adam, 4 wins out of your 5 games yesterday on your debut at the Super Series. You must have been really pleased with the way that you played.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I didn't expect that good matches. First one was a bit nervous, but next matches were really good. Unlucky the last one that I didn't win and didn't took that 5 of 5, but I'll take it and we will see what I will bring today.
First time we've seen you here at the Live Lounge. What was your first impressions of the venue?
To be honest, is like best experience for now from darts. Like really good people here. Everyone, we know that we want to beat the players, but everyone is really friendly here, and I really like it.
Let's talk a little bit about yourself, because obviously last year dropped off tour, first season outside the Pro Tour in a little while. How would you say this season's gone for you up to press?
I think for me, if I will look it from my side, I think it's much better that darts is back-to-back my hobby. I like to win. I like to do everything about darts. But when it was only darts, it was, I think, a bit hard for my age. So now to just combine it with the work, it's, I think, okay for me.
And in terms of this week, have you set any goals to win it on Saturday night?
Yeah, hopefully. Neil told me that don't just think if you just win Group A, Group B or Group C, just go to the Saturday. So I'm just having this plan and we will see.
I wish you all the very best. Adam, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, Adam Gavlas takes on Neil Duff to kick off the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This was the game yesterday which Adam Gavlas would go on to lose. He won each of his first 4 during Monday's action before losing out 2-0 by 4 legs to 2. This is actually Neil Duff's best performance of the day yesterday. Very little range in terms of his highest to lowest average. 93.7 was his highest average of the day yesterday in this particular matchup. 4 from 6 in terms of his doubles in that one. And it means that these two have a tie and a share for the lead going into Tuesday's proceedings. For Gavlas on debut in this competition, the 23-year-old from Navzi in Czechia, fighting with a 22-gram Bulls dart. And as I say, making his debut, the former UK Open semi-finalist. Only 2 years ago did he lose out to Andrew Gilding in that one. Up against the 52-year-old Neil Duff, now residing in Winterthur in Switzerland, a 4-time weekly winner in this particular building. And if he makes it number 5, he will be level with Steve West in that particular department. And he'd also tie Andreas Harrison for all-time weekly wins in this building, with Harrison having completed the set of a regular week, a Champions Week, and a Specials Week to boot. Well, it's Gavlas and Duff to kick the day off. All the action is going to be presided over by our referee, Jack Garwood. He's in the middle of and the thick of the action. And it is the
First
asset
leg,
Paul
it's Adam
Nicholson
to throw
who
first.
is alongside me
Game
in the
on.
commentary box throughout the course of the day to talk through everything we're going to see in this moving day in Group A. And this first game really could, for this pair, set the tone for the day ahead.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, Henry. If you look at the averages of these two in their first round game yesterday, Duff 89, Gavlas 80. They both won their first game.
60.
But I'm always interested to see the first game of Tuesday because the dynamic is different. You might think there's no difference between playing round 1 and round 5 when it comes to Monday to Wednesday. That's so not true. Because how you feel
61.
around 1:30 in the afternoon to 2 o'clock is very different to how you feel at 9:30 in the morning. You haven't got any reps under pressure
41.
coming into this game. In round 5, you've got plenty and it feels more normal. So I'll be interested to see how this game compares to yesterday's last one.
As I mentioned, Neil Duff, pretty much throughout the course of the day, ran towards a 90 average. In fact, his average for the day was 90.23.
40.
His highest average at 93.71 in this game yesterday. Had the best double stats of everybody on day one. 45% on the outer ring, 18 hits from 40 attempts. Now, Adam Gavlas did win his first game against
85.
even Poulsen yesterday, 4-0. Did miss a few darts at a double. It was only an average of 18. He kind of admitted in that interview there that it took him a game to get going. But then once he did get going, he was imperious. Averages of 98.76, 101.9, followed up by an average just under 95 against Peter Wachiuri. That spurt and that spell in the middle of the session, it felt like he was going to set himself apart from the rest of the group. But then that's where the sheer consistency of Neil Duff came into play.
If there's one thing we can notice from yesterday with Adam, it's that whatever he was feeling as far as edginess or maybe a little insecurity, it completely disappeared by the time he returned in Game 6.
140.
Because in that match, he was 4 from 4 on the doubles, averaged nearly 99. It's as if he went out in the first game and said, right, let's see what this is all about.
99.
By the time
Adam, you require
he came into Game 6, he said, right, okay, time to go to work.
Well, a sluggish start to the game for the pair. Gavlas is going to take out the 115, so what's Duff going to make of the 116 to
59.
get an opening leg
Now
break
you
of
require
forward to
116.
instantaneously take control of the contest. Single leads tops. Tops it is.
96.
Just underneath.
Adam, you require 56.
Should be that same target for Gavlas. No reaction.
Game shot on the first
That's what you're
leg,
going to get
Adam
from him.
Gavlas.
Now, he does have a nickname. He's called Flawless,
Second leg, it's Neil to throw
but we
first.
call him Flavlas
Game on.
because of the W in his name. That is a flawless start, though.
45.
And I doubled down on what I said with you at the top of the show, Henry. I think his attitude this week, it looks like he's ready to go to work. I've seen him at Czech Darts Opens. I've seen him at other events where he's been really amped.
108.
You can be amped all you want on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday. It's not going to do you any favours. Just ask Johan Brouwer. This is the kind of venture when there's no fans here where you've just got to be quiet, you've got to be professional, and you've got to be good. And that's exactly what he was yesterday.
And it's kind of a summary of him as a character altogether.
125.
So he goes 5 into the 9 in the second leg of the day. But a much improved leg for Gavlas.
Yeah, no 9-darter yet
100.
in Series 11. We had a couple in Series 10, didn't we? Conor Heenahan and Jared Cole.
Yeah, that was the Monday morning club, wasn't it, for 9-darters? Conor Heenahan getting his third. Jared Cole getting his second.
59.
I was convinced that Shane McGurk was going to get one a couple of weeks ago.
I think that was pretty much the only thing he didn't do.
45. Adam, you
And he
require
absolutely rallied his way
137.
to the Week 4 title.
Yeah, I think that 164 on that Saturday night is finish of the series so far. Gavlas looking for 80 more. And you can't blame him for going 16s with Neil back
89.
on 200 plus.
Shane McGurk, who's probably pretty much guaranteed Group A, 94 average for the week. I find it very hard for him to be dislodged. If he does get dislodged, we've had one hell of a series.
Adam, you
That's one hell of a
require 48.
setup. Is it going to be in vain for Neil Duff?
Let's face it, Shane McGurk is going to be in Group A. Is it going to be 2-0 for the Czech? A little bit of fragility on the outer ring.
40.
Opening the door for Duff, who did so well to leave tops.
Last chance saloon. That's a
Game
lovely
shot on the
dart.
second
That's such a
leg.
classy
Nil
dart as well. Just when Gavlas is getting a little bit of hope, Duff says, no, I've got
Third
other
leg,
ideas.
it's Adam to the row first.
So typically
on.
Neil Duff, isn't it? Last dart ad just gives you that little bit of hope and then takes it away from you. Level we are at 1 apiece in this contest. Neil, who has traded the sunny climes of Switzerland at this time of year, who was telling me that
134.
temperatures back where he's based these days are around about 32 degrees Celsius before he sets off to a journey to what I am happy to report is a very sunny Portsmouth this
30.
week. It's shorts and t-shirt weather.
I was going to say something there, but I'm going to choose not to say it.
It was definitely sunbathing weather after work yesterday, put it that way.
95.
Are we going to have a debate about beaches again?
Oh, this is in the back garden, not the beach.
Right. Here's the thing about... I saw people sunbathing on the beach on Sunday in Portsmouth on the rocks.
59.
That's not a beach. A beach has sand. Unless there's some sort of orthopedic reason why sunbathing on pebbles is good for you. So whoever wins Group A, don't get any ideas.
83.
Don't be sunbathing on rocks on Thursday and Friday. I think the only person who would make that look good is Andy Bolton, and he's not playing here anymore.
85.
No, he's in Leicester for the triple bill of Pro Tour action. Big week in the race of the World Match Play. I'm sure we'll delve into that as the day moves forward. The action gets underway there from 1 o'clock at the Mattioli Arena.
140.
Super Series players playing in that. We'll update you on that in just a second as Gavlas leads 49 after 12. And after what was quite a sluggish first leg, he's really began to up the quality, hasn't he, the Czech?
140.
Who could
You require
put himself
49.
into a 2-1 lead. He's got plenty of time, plenty of space to do it. 6 darts on this particular point. And he's going to have 2 darts in his hand, a double 16.
Game shot on the
He's
third
put
leg.
right
Adam
what went
Gavlas.
wrong in the previous leg. So he does regain the lead.
Fourth leg. It's Neil to the row first. Game on.
Are we starting to see more dart players
80.
not living in their home country? Gary Anderson lives in England. Neil Duff lives in Switzerland. Andy Bolton's not originally from Scotland.
70.
Brian Woods moved to Scotland from Cumbria. Home is where the heart is.
85.
And there are so many dart players that have moved further afield. David Platt, he moved to Australia, has represented Australia. His brother John's playing here this week.
Well, back in the day, you had the likes of
43.
Steve West, Tony O'Shea, Dal Fitton, when the circuit was so busy, the Netherlands decided to move out there, particularly when they were busy on the exhibition circuit. And of course, those that make the journey the other way round, and the likes of
140.
Damon Hector that then have to up sticks and move over here.
You and I had a conversation with Shane McGurk about 10 days ago, and he was talking about the fact that he's doing exhibitions in Oz really soon. And I genuinely turned to him and I said, you are going to think to yourself, I don't want to come back.
140.
That's what places like that do. And obviously when Neil's moved to Switzerland, there'll have been a time where he'll have looked around in silence and said,
83.
why don't I just stay here?
No one's ever said that about Portsmouth, though.
For someone who classes this as their home, you don't have to talk about it badly. It's amazing how many dart players actually say
140.
they love coming
We
here.
require 113.
Single 13 for tops.
Game
more
shot,
like
the full
it from
flag,
Duff.
Neil Duff.
This is a really decent game to start us off on Tuesday. Decent averages,
Fifth flag, it's Adam to throw
decent
first.
checkout percentage as well,
Game
both on 40%. If Neil Duff was to spend more time in Portsmouth, I think the local council would ask him for council tax.
Well, he's going to be back in next
140.
Sunday for the Bet Goodwin Champion of Champions event, which takes place live and free on Pluto TV. 1 o'clock start, double session. That
15.
one. He'll be one of 12 players that will be in the field for that.
$60.
Here's something for you, Henry, that you might not know. When we started this project, we did it from home,
45.
using smart devices and all manner of other things to bring you a broadcast. Did you know that we have actually had someone play darts on this project from Czechia?
King Barry, wasn't it?
It was.
In a very
58.
resplendent living room.
There were a lot of trophies there, and we all thought it was quite resplendent, to use your word, but nothing would ever come close to the marvel of Boris Koltsov's curtains. Those green curtains,
40.
they look like they belong at the London Palladium.
Was Boris Koltsov the one where you heard the motorbikes go past on an all too frequent basis?
No, that was Jose Justicia. That irreversible, irrepressible,
82.
undeniable sound of the scooter going by pretty much every 5 minutes. Those are the days.
140. Adam, you require 161.
Well, Gavlas has got 6 darts here for 161 to take control of the game once again. Not to be on this occasion. And he's just outscoring his opponent here, particularly the 2 treble stakes. 6 compared to 3
65.
so far in this contest. Neil's just finding himself a score behind him most legs thus far.
How many times has he got himself back into it with a big score at the right time?
100.
Hasn't quite done it this
Adam, you
time.
require 96.
So 96 for 3-2. Well, that's a handy guide for the triple if he wants to persevere that way. And that's exactly what he does. Double 8.
Game
Just
shot, the
underneath,
fifth
but
flag,
just in.
Adam Gavlas.
To the bottom corner and a 3-2 lead.
Seems to be
Sixth
fending
flag,
off Duff
it's Neil
Man
to throw first. Game on.
fairly well in this contest. This is a very, very good display. It feels like it's a good defense of his own throw.
100.
Averaging 89, 50% on doubles. And if he replicates this kind of play all day, he is most definitely going to be in the reckoning come Wednesday. The job is not to lead the table overnight. It's to make sure that you're in striking distance. If there's one thing we learned
137.
from the US Open Golf on Sunday, it's that if you're within striking distance, anything is possible. You can get off to a bad start,
85.
but as long as you're in the reckoning come the end of Wednesday's session and you've still got a chance, you can win this group and get to Saturday.
Just ask Scott Campbell and John Henderson.
Just ask Scott Campbell. He's done it multiple times.
60.
Winning Group A is no guarantee of success, though. The last 2 series have proved that.
45.
Is Neil just getting a little bit too frustrated here?
Well, he knows how important this opening game is. He knows how he can set his stall out with a victory in this one. And he'll know that this is below what he has shown us so far this week.
58.
And it has been for the pair. And I know Gavlas is averaging just under 89 here, but it has felt very stop-start, this contest.
87.
I think Adam's rhythm is going to upset some people. He's not doing it on purpose. This is just the way he plays the game. It's not what is known as a staccato throw. It's got its own rhythm, but it has stopping points.
108.
Well, stop the press. That is the second maximum from Gavlas, and it sets up a match-winning chance.
140.
So
Adam,
66 points
66.
away from a win, which would put him on to 10 points and would put him in control and put him in command of this Group A. It's going to be one dart in his hand. A double top to seal it.
Game
And
shot
one dart
and the
is all
match.
Adam
Adam
Gavlas
Gavlas.
needs to get the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2. That moves him on to 10 points in this Group A, and it puts him in control of proceedings. Well, that's how the game panned out statistically. Average of 91, 4 from 7 on his doubles, and it is Mambi and Wachiuri next.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the resplendent live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Adam Gavlas got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 2, average of 91, 4 from 7 on his doubles. Took a leg or so to get going, but once he did look good, and he moves on to 10 points in the group. Next up for us, Charlie Mambi, the 19-year-old from Huddersfield, a former weekly finalist in his debut here, up against a former runner-up in Peter Wachiuri, the 38-year-old from Nairobi in Kenya, for over 22-gram Winmore dart. He posted a PB career average in this fixture yesterday, 105.64 in this game against Mambi, the Kenyan ace, who last time he was here really did harbour the headlines. He made the Kenyan news at 6, news at 10.
Game on.
He was a man who harboured a lot of headlines. He had a hero's welcome home. I'm not quite sure Charlie Mambi will get the same reception in Huddersfield if he wins this week. But he kicks his day off of a max.
Yeah, you can picture it now, can't you? Charlie wins the week. He goes home. And then he goes to his local darts club. Well done, Charlie. Do you want a pasty? Look at this. Oh, yeah. This is how you start your campaign on a Tuesday. This is pasty worthy.
This could well be the perfect start to the day.
140.
Charlie Mambi is 141 points away from a 9-dart finish, but at dart 7 goes a begging.
65.
Spoke with Charlie this morning, very briefly, and he said, well, there's not much I could have done against Peter yesterday. I like his attitude. Very relaxed.
Charlie requires.
And he was right.
76.
That was the best that Peter's played against anyone. You take it on the chin, you move on, and you move to the next game. And he's already 1-0 up.
First leg, Charlie Mambi.
That, right there, is the perfect leg to say hello to Tuesday.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw
Forget
first.
about Monday. You can't do anything about it. Let's move forward.
He is a classy operator, is Charlie Mambi. And I love the way that he goes about his business, goes about his game. He's got that little cheeky, chappy personality, but when he gets to the board, it is full focus. There's no shenanigans with him, is there? Gets up, gets on with it. And at the moment, he's doing a very good job of it.
Thing is, we know that Charlie away from darts is looking to become someone with a trade, bricklaying, doing things in the general building trade. He turns up at your door, you think, oh yeah, he's going to get it done, isn't he? He's 19. You shake hands
59.
with him. It's like he's an apprentice WWE wrestler. He's made of really tough stuff.
$140.
Well, this is a decent opossum with Wachiuri, who got better as the day went along yesterday. It was a sluggish, slow start for him, average of 78 in a 4-2 defeat to Neil Duff after a win against Poulsen in match 2. That really did begin to rally his days somewhat. 6 points overnight, he'll be happy. Whereas I think on the other side of the coin, Charlie Mambi would have felt with 6 points to his name that he probably left 1 or 2 out there.
Yeah, it just goes to show, doesn't it?
58.
You can have the same amount of points as someone, but feel very differently about it. Double top.
Game shot.
And that's a nice riposte there from Wachiuri. He did have a slow start yesterday, but that's a really nice bounce back after losing the first leg.
It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
I just want you to pay attention to Peter Wachiuri when he comes back to the hockey. He does something that not many dart players do. His
97.
third finger on his right hand touches the dart and then is not part of the throwing process when he draws it back. So he disengages
41.
that third finger, which is quite rare.
There's a lot of remnants of Lorraine Winstanley's throw about the action of Wachiuri in the way that it's aimed, it's pulled back, but it's more slung than it is thrown.
It's a prod. That kind of throw puts a fair bit of pressure on the lower bicep and the elbow joint.
60.
Whereas if you have the full extension that Charlie has, they'll be a little bit more shoulder engaged. Look at this. That third finger is disengaged. So much movement, but so much perfection at the same time.
That might be the best camera shot of a 180 we've ever seen here at the Live Lounge.
140.
This is a really good game. A bit more of this today, if you please. Not that we're asking too much.
Well, they say styles make fights, and maybe on paper you wouldn't think
Charlie
these two
64.
would be the pair that would deliver us the highest octane games of the week, but so far it seems to be the case. As Mambi chases double 4, thinking that double 8 was in. Well, every single leg in this game so far has been 1 in 5 visits or less. 12, 15, 15. Mambi 2-1 up. Both players averaging in excess of 103 thus far.
$43.
You don't see many people using the flight shape that Peter Wachiuri's got, do you?
140.
We're seeing more and more people using the kind of technology that Charlie uses. But this is a somewhat old school throw. And
70.
If I'm going to be really frank, the amount of people that use the flight shape that the Kenyan has here, he can be the flag bearer for this flight shape, because I, off the top of my head, cannot think of anybody else who uses it. The only person I can think of who's used anything similar to this is Richard Veenstra.
30.
Worked very well for Flyers. We have seen on this stage, perhaps a surprise he never won a week here, really, if the truth be told. Probably should have won the Lakeside a couple of years ago. Was beaten by an inspired Neil Duff in that semi-final.
Yeah. That was a really nice tournament. Lots of interesting stories. Of course, Veenstra would break the Lakeside record for average against a certain Luke Littler. Wachiuri is smiling about the 5. I assure you, he's definitely not smiling
64.
On the inside, because he knows now that 3-1 down is pretty much inevitable.
Yeah, we didn't quite know what sort of beast we unleashed at that particular tournament, because we thought when Luke Littler beat Ben Hazel that got headlines. It did get headlines. Little did we know what was going to happen since. Tots of Mambi, 14 data, averaging here 104.6, 3 from 4 in his doubles, into 3-1 lead, with a break in hand, and now has the darts to win it. And he is giving Peter Wachiuri at this present moment in time a taste of his own medicine. Just a slight pause in proceedings, owing to just a little bit of a technical glitch. So both players waiting patiently at the back of the stage. Charlie doing the right thing, heading back to the drinks table.
Well, this is not what you want to happen when you're playing this well. When you're playing to the peak of your powers, you just want to keep going. So this is a bit of a test of the mettle of the Yorkshireman, who, funnily enough, has played in the same England youth team as these 3 players. Thomas Banks, Archie Self, and Luke Littler. Honestly speaking, and I'm being realistic here,
85.
when the other nations were turning up at the Europe Cup 3 years ago, and they looked at England, they must have thought, my word, what's it going to take to beat them? And quite frankly,
50
they
serve.
didn't.
Arch itself, the reigning Lakeside Boys champion. Beat Jensen Walker
60.
in that particular final. Jensen would bounce back to pick up the Series 10 title. I haven't seen him defend his title yet, but I'm sure that will happen in the intervening weeks. We do have a
95.
pause in play next week for Women's Week 4. We'll then have the seniors live on Pluto TV after that, and then we'll resume the action from week 7 to a culmination in Series 11.
I think next week is
140.
possibly the most important Women's Week we've ever had because of the timing of it. Just a mere
95.
2 to 3 weeks from the Women's World Match Play, and people will want to get some good form and confidence from that week leading into Blackpool.
Wachiuri's beginning to rally. And with that, Maxi, he's threatening to break back unless Mambi can find this 154 to win it. Just underneath of the second treble 19.
76.
And then went up for tops.
PT required 36.
Not quite sure what happened there. Unless he thought the second treble 19 was in. That's the only other thing I can think of.
I think it might have been something different. Maybe that was a defensive distraction technique.
Well, he's going to get a dart at tops now to win it.
38.
Not to be, and so Wachiuri will come back, having already missed 3 at double 18 to win this 5th leg. He's going to get 3 more to break back and to return the game to throw.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Back we go to 3-2.
Sixth leg.
Now, what I mean by a defensive distraction technique, this is something that some elite players have tried over the years, because there is very little defense in this sport, albeit a lot of people think there's none. But if you can engage your opponent
59.
by getting them to question what you've done, that's classed as a defensive distraction technique.
140.
Or DDT.
Reminds me of Daniel Lee. Remember him, the ADC qualifier that would go for literally anything and everything.
68.
Yeah, words fail me when it comes to Daniel Lee.
80.
Words might fail Champagne after that fallout of the board. And that is going to happen every now and again with that front-loaded barrel when he clatters into his own tungsten.
83.
Just massaging his inner Dennis Priestley with those darts, isn't he? One of the greatest Yorkshire dart players ever.
96.
Let's probably be honest, he is the best.
To be honest, you could take out the word Yorkshire in one of the best ever.
100.
Yeah, he doesn't make a lot of people's top 10 ever. But he's definitely in the top 20.
Yeah, I'd go with that. Comfortably go with
51.
that. Longevity, what he achieved, the era that he achieved it in. In fact, he went through eras.
How responsible he was for pushing Phil
50.
Taylor.
Charlie required
There was a time he was the only person that could get close. And even then, half the time, he'd be on the receiving end of a few beatings. And it looks like it could be Peter Wachiuri on the receiving end of a beating here, because Charlie Mambi hits a 1-3-4 to round off a comprehensive display. For the most part, he was averaging in excess of a ton. In the end, it's 98.02 the average, and he has finished off with a flourish there. A champagne start for Charlie Mambi. That, the tail of the tape, a really good display. 98.02 the average, 4 from 6 in terms of doubling, and rounded off with that 1-3-4 checkout. Poulsen McDonagh's next.
54. Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Charlie Mambi got the better Peter Wachiuri by 4 legs to 2. Average of 98.02 for Charlie. 4 from 6 in his doubles. Rounding it off with a 1-3-4 checkout. Next up for us, it's the 63-year-old even springboard Poulsen from Slangerup in Denmark, making his debut in this competition, although he did see him at the Global Championship at the end of last year. Up against the 23-year-old Ronan McDonagh from the Republic of Ireland. Second appearance here, made it through to the final, first time out. Yesterday, well, it was a case of missed doubles. It really came to cost him. Running at an average yesterday of 85.42, so the scoring was absolutely fine.
First leg,
But
it's
11
Ivan
from
to the reverse.
47 in terms of
Game on.
his doubling equated to a percentage of 23, and that was ultimately what cost him, particularly in some of the tighter games that he played yesterday. But having a little bit of a chat with Ronan this morning, he knows that that was a glaring issue. He's spent a little bit of time in rectifying it, but I just got the sense speaking to him that he's a very glass half full kind of person, that he's not going to dwell on it. And the first thing he said is, it doesn't really matter if I win Group A, B, C, as long as I'm into Saturday, regardless of how I get there, as long as I get there.
Well, that is the mission, isn't it? From Monday to Friday.
85.
You've got to be in the top half of the players of the week. Otherwise, you're going home Friday night or Saturday morning.
81.
And the other 6, they will be playing for the check, the medal, and the invitation.
43.
Now, we have had some breaking news come through in the last 15 minutes or so, and that is the PDC have announced the qualifying structure for the World Darts Championship with a number of qualifying events to take place. We'll delve a little bit into that over the course of this match and over the course of the day. So, what we have learned is the top 40 players from the PDC Order of Merit following November's Players' Championship finals will qualify automatically, including reigning champion Luke Littler.
Ivan, you require 130.
So just to clarify, it's not the top 32 anymore. It's actually the top 40. What's happening here? Oh,
No
busting
score.
it's what's happening here.
Ronan, you require
Oh, that could be
98.
costly.
Well, 98 here for McDonagh, not to be on this occasion. So even Springboard
58.
Poulsen's got to go back to the
Ivan, you
start.
require 130.
This always reminds me of that game between Phil Taylor and Aidan Kirk, where Phil Taylor busts 144 twice.
58. Ronan, you
And
require
so this is effectively
40.
giving Ronan McDonagh a free passage towards a break of throw in this first leg.
Game
There
shot
it
on the
goes,
first
and there's the
leg.
break, and
Ronan
McDonagh leads 1-0. So here's the structure that we've been given this morning. So top 40 on the
Second leg, it's
PDC Order
Ronan
Merit will
to
get an
throw
automatic
first.
qualification. Then the top 40 non-qualified
Game on.
players from the Pro Tour Order of Merit will be given an invitation to Alexandra Palace. The tournament will also include a minimum of 4 women in the 128 player field, along with 3 players from the Development and Challenge Tour.
123.
There's also 5 places up for grabs for players competing on the CDC circuit in America. 5 players on the Asian Tour Order of Merit will earn a spot, as well as the
55.
finalists of the Asian Championship. 3 players from the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour. Top 2 players on the Order of Merit will be joined by the winner of the
58.
inaugural Nordic and Baltic Championship, the winner of the ANZ Premier League in Australia, as well as the Order of Merit winners from Dart Players Australia, Dart
60.
Players New Zealand, and the new ADA Tour. But also, interestingly, there's going to be an associate member qualifier in the UK and Ireland.
81.
Lots to digest. But my initial reaction to that is, if you're playing on the Pro Tour this year and you don't make the World Championship,
85.
you've done a lot wrong. So this tournament is going to be bigger.
99.
And the fact is, there's a great deal of opportunity for everybody now, worldwide.
Well, this has opened up doors for
83.
players that
Ronan,
probably
you
didn't
require
expect were
140.
outside those spots a few moments ago. We'll digest a bit more of that in just a second as McDonagh looks at 140. Couldn't find the second treble there. But even Poulsen all the way back on 2-1-8 can't do any
100.
damage in this second leg.
$98. Ronan, you require 40.
Should be 2-0.
$20.
But isn't.
Ivan,
Just
you
a little bit of
require
hesitancy there
120.
from McDonagh. But he does get another crack at double 10.
60. Ronan, you
Just to get a little
require
bit of
20.
early day confidence, he needs to take this out quickly. This is a nightmare.
10. Ivan, you require 60.
It's just not happening on the doubles this week so far for McDonagh, and so Springboard Poulsen back for tops to square back up, to break back. Can he nestle one in the middle? Yes, he
Game shot on
can.
the second leg.
Find
Ivan
some
Springboard
jam in that
Poulsen.
sandwich. We're level at 1 apiece.
Second leg.
Do you still have
third
jam
leg, it's
sandwiches?
Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Very rarely.
Still too many.
So, just having a look at the
80.
structure and how this would affect the World Championship. Now, this gives lifelines to players that desperately need to get into the Worlds for a tour card. The first name that jumps out for me is Owen Bates, who
125.
needs to play at the Worlds this year. Bradley Brooks sneaks in. Richard Veenstra, who is
54.
79th on the Pro Tour Order of Merit, would actually get an invite into the Worlds.
I think that was a very smart announcement because of the timing.
108.
Because everybody going to Leicester today to play 2 Players' Championship events the next 2 days. they'll get this news and think, now I'm in a spot. They'll just get that
100.
little bit of extra pep in their step. So whenever you announce something to dart players, there's always a reaction. Whether it's here, the PDC Pro Tour, worldwide. And that has repercussions for everyone in this sport. It could have repercussions for Springbok Poulsen. He could vault his way up the Nordic and Baltic table.
Don't look at 154, not to be on this occasion. I tell you now, it would not surprise me in the slightest, because of the news that's come out today, that somebody that we haven't even thought of goes on a Winter Pro Tour, just because of the extra impetus they're going to have.
Not again. Same as yesterday.
112.
Doesn't get the treble, so McDonagh has an opportunity of 2-1.
Ronan, you require
This
8.
should have been a shot for 3-0.
But if he doesn't take it, a game he should be leading 3-0 could see him 2-1 down.
Require 16.
He's had 11 more darts at double than the Dane. 11!
Game shot on the third
It's not that
leg.
many
Ivan
anymore,
Springbok
but
Poulsen.
miraculously, Ivan Springbok Poulsen is ahead in this game when he could be 3-0 down.
Well, what you didn't see in camera shot there was Ronan McDonagh just put his arms up and almost say, well, this has just kind of been the story of the week so far.
100.
Notice how on our stat screen there, anybody who's 10% and above only gets the full shebang.
100.
But when you're under 10%, you get points something. That's never a good thing.
70.
Now, I was racking my brains last night, and this is how my brain works. Ivan Springbok Poulsen reminded me of an actor, and I just couldn't put my finger on it yesterday, but I figured it out. It's an American actor called Frederick Lehner. You think, well, I've never heard of that guy.
81.
You've probably seen him. He was in Men in Black. He was also in Con Air.
$140.
He doesn't look as much like him without the hair, of course. He's cutting more of a Cyrus the Virus kind of guy here today. Now, there's a character played by John Malkovich.
129. Ronan, you require 102.
Well, that would have been so ironic if he found a tub plus checkout, but the big number goes to begging.
He's missed that big number by an absolute mile. That's not a near miss. That is almost a
78.
miscalculation.
Ivan, you require 48.
So Tots a 3-1 lead.
Game shot.
That's a 14 darter. Best leg of the match, that, from even Springbok Poulsen. It's a leg which gives him a break, which puts him 3-1 to the good, and with the darts in his hand to get the better of Ronan McDonagh, who shakes his head, knowing that the problems of yesterday are rearing its head again today.
81.
The thing is, McDonagh is playing in a zone where Springbok Poulsen may get chances. It's that mid to high 70s average range. This is what the Dane does. Every now and again, he will play a little bit better, but predominantly, this is where he plays.
55.
Now, he's in a situation here that will feel slightly unfamiliar because he has not won a game in this group yet.
54.
He's got multiple chances to get the job done, but he would like to get it done sooner rather than later.
Yeah, still looking for that elusive first win of the week is the Dane, and he looks like he's beginning to close in on it here.
93.
He's doing a very good job in this leg.
98.
I don't mind that switch to the 18s. You'd rather have 130 than 128.
170.
The last thing he wanted to see was that, and he doesn't want to bust this again, does he?
Bullseye.
99.
Well, that would have been a divine
Ronan, you
darting
require
only, having him
fourth.
bust it in the first leg of the match, having taken it out to win the contest. And McDonagh's presented more opportunities at a double. And he
30.
still cannot find.
Ronan, you
His head's in his
require
hand, but he may
31.
well be shaking the hand of his opponent in a couple of moments because Poulsen looks at double 8. And
Game
completes
shot
a
and the
4-1
match.
win.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Abracadabra, it's a first win of the week for Ivan Springborg Poulsen. He gets the better of Rona McDonagh by 4 legs to 1. A game which was played by missed doubles for the Irishman, 1 from 17 in that particular department. Poulsen wins 4-1. Wachiuri and Gavlas is next. Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, even Poulsen got the better of Ronan McDonagh by 4 legs to 1 to get his first win of the week. So the table, as things stand after the first round worth of play, it's Adam Gavlas at the top on 10 points, Neil Duff and Charlie Mambi on 8, Peter Wachiuri on 6, Springborg Poulsen 2, McDonagh 2 at the bottom of proceedings. So it is Gavlas and Wachiuri going toe-to-toe in our 4th game of the morning session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Wachiuri to get us off
Game
and
on.
started. He lost his opener to Charlie Mambi 4-2, although Mambi did average in excess of 98 in that one. Whilst for Gavlas, he got the better of Neil Duff by that scoreline, average of 91.01, 4 from 7 in terms of his doubling. It was a
95.
sluggish start, if the truth be told, from the Czech, but he managed to get himself in check and really rallied towards the end of that particular contest.
What that first win of the day does mean for Adam is that he's beaten everybody he's played. Which means he's got good memories of playing every person in this group. 10 points after 6 rounds of play is always good.
100.
And he is fitting into Super Series life like a round peg in a round hole.
I suppose if there is a player that was going to be a cuss of this quite quickly, when you consider their mannerisms, the way they play and the
6.
level they can ascertain, I suppose Adam Gavlas was somebody you would look at and think should have some joy in this building. And so far, the signs have looked quite good.
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I looked at the
81.
sheet early last week saying that Adam was going to be playing here, and I thought, I'm not sure. I don't know where he's at. But I think what we've ascertained over the last day and a bit is that he's in pretty good touch. It looks to me like he's lost a little bit of weight as well over the last few months.
140.
And I go back to that focus topic. He's definitely got that back, which is bad news for everybody this week.
108.
And what may also be bad news for everybody is it looks like Peter Wachiuri is raising his levels. I know he lost his first game, but it feels like things today look a far touch more productive than they did at points on Monday.
59. PT require 45.
It's amazing what happens when your preparation is slightly different. Because I think he spent a bit more time on the practice board this morning.
17.
And let's not forget, not only does he have a second visit to take this first leg, but he also has that first day in the bank. Dart players, when they come here for a weekly campaign, they always feel better on Tuesdays.
136. PT required 28.
Double 14 to draw first blood. Now down for double 7. Can he just nestle it over the top? Click it off the barrel. Well, that was the intention, but
Adam, you require 48.
was unable to nestle away in. And so Gavlas has a break chance here.
And this is a big chance. It's for a break. He's been picking these off.
8.
Not on this
PT
occasion.
require 14.
Now, is Wachiuri going to be aggressive on double 7? That is another corker of a marker.
Game shot
And
the
he does
first
use
leg.
that
Peter
first dart
Wachiuri.
eventually.
Wachiuri leads by a leg to nil. Now, that news
Second leg, it's Adam
in
to the
regards
first.
to Ali Pali does
Game
have a
on.
direct impact on Peter Wachiuri. And I suppose the big headline coming out of it is the fact that there's an expanded field, but only one spot still for Africa.
Yeah, that is a talking point.
60.
Devin Peterson is going to be joining us later in the week. I'll be really keen to find out his point of view of that. Because if you think about the 3 most
58.
notable African dart players right now, you got Peter, you got Cameron Carolison, you got Devin Peterson as well. Only one of them could potentially be Ali Pali.
Adam Gavlas, there is going to be a solitary Czechia qualifier, so it's not going to be brought up in a region anymore. And he must think, I've got a very good chance now qualifying for Alexander Palace.
He has, but Czechia is stacked with good players. I like the fact that they've broken up
44.
the Eastern European qualifier into Poland, into Czechia. And obviously you've got the Mediterranean qualifier now, and it makes sense. Because some countries have said, we're strong. We need our own qualifier. Poland has that. Czechia has got that.
60.
But if we are being fair at this stage, because we know the ADG is at its infancy, they still need to do more before some countries there get their own stuff, or maybe more qualifiers. So I think
60.
as much as I would have maybe welcomed one more African qualifier, I'm not against just the one.
But there is one more place TBC on the press release that the PDC released this morning. Whether that is maybe dotting I's and crossing T's of another confederation or something like that, we're about to find out. We will probably find out in due course. But how Peter Wachiuri would love to go one better than his exploits last year. And I'm sure that 154 finish still gives him irking nightmares.
Yeah, I get the feeling Peter will be quite popular at Ali Pali. We know that Simon Adams was, and Cameron was when he played there because he was so good.
44.
Then, of course, further afield, we had Rashad Sweeting, who became an instantaneous overnight hit, the Cole Palmer man himself.
83.
Yeah, good save there with the last star, but it's not enough to get to a finish. Gavlas, 6 starts from here to equalise at 1-1. Don't do anything silly. Steady. Even though he doesn't leave a double, he's still got a choice.
Which, if the truth be told, is him personified.
95.
So this to square up.
56.
And he's got Wachiuri on his tail if this doesn't go. Tops it is. Down for double 10. Just
46.
scrapes on the inside, and so Wachiuri's back for 2-0.
Oh, this is such a bonus. Is this a present he can unwrap?
44.
Not this time.
Adam, you require 10.
Gavlas can't be giving more darts at double to the Kenyan. This has got to go in, surely. Oh, my word.
PT required 20.
That's outrageous.
There's absolutely nothing more he could have done in that scenario. And is he going to get punished to the hilt? Well, now Wachiuri's looking at double 5. And of course it was going to go last died had. That's the story of Peter Wachiuri's week so far.
Yeah, that's the ultimate irony, isn't it?
Third leg, it's
Gavlas throws
first.
3 good darts at double 5, wires it 3 times,
Game on.
and Wachiuri hits it with 1. I don't know if you noticed this yesterday, but Peter was cutting the figure of someone who was trying to be very patient against Gavlas yesterday. You know how those modern-day memes work, where someone's figure is cut out and they're placed in different scenarios around the world? Well, if you look in the background, Peter is breaking up the time in between throws with different styles of waiting room stances.
100.
It's like he's waiting in the queue at the supermarket. Or waiting for his bread to be baked. Leaning on the table, hands behind the back.
95.
It's a little bit like that children's TV show. What's the story of Peter Wachiuri? Would you like to know?
Okay, I'm officially lost. I can imagine Peter's story being a kid's book.
59.
It starts at the qualifier. Peter's about to go on this very, very big journey across the world. He has to get on a very big plane. Then he lands in this mystical land called Portsmouth.
85.
I think Enid Blyton's safe.
Somebody please make that book.
Still not quite my favourite book in the world. That's The Tiger Who Came for a Pint.
59.
That's the Sean Luck one.
Yes.
That's really good.
If you haven't watched it, do find it on YouTube. It's very amusing.
140.
Then the tiger ate the meat raffle. That's the funniest bit about it.
And the only bit we can say on air. Well, Wachiuri here, 58 points away from a 3-0 lead in this contest. Gavlas with that max. Applied some pressure. He had more maxes than anybody else yesterday, did Gavlas. 8 of them all told over the course of the session. But is that going to be a dead cat one?
48.
He's had chances, hasn't he?
Require 103.
Ronan McDonagh earlier did have a chance for 3-0 against Springbok Poulsen. He had enough chances to get 3-0 up, and he ended up losing 4-1.
55. PT required.
Well, this would
10.
double down on the irony if he hits double 5 again.
Well, Gavlas waits patiently in the background. And he's going to get another opportunity.
Adam, you require 48.
It's been a staccato-like game so far. And we go on.
Adam Gavlas.
2-1. Back on throw as we head into the 13th minute of the contest.
Full flag. It's Adam to throw first.
Just going back to that World Championship qualifying criteria. Just having a look at the field for the event and what it does for first-year tour card holders. Some of the players that we saw here last year. Nico Spring would actually be the top player on the Pro Tour Order of Merit. Adam Lipscomb would qualify 10th. Sebastian Białecki's comfortably in now. As to the likes of Cam Crabtree, Darius Labanauskas, Mensa Suljovic. I'm sorry, not Mensa Suljovic. He's never played it before. Justin Hood, Daryl Pilgrim, Connor Scott.
I don't know how you get Mensa Suljovic and Justin Hood mixed up. There's only about 7 feet between them.
That's me not reading my brief properly. Bradley Brooks. And of course, as we mentioned, for the likes of Owen Bates and James Hurrell, an opportunity to save their card. As to Lucas Vainick. And I tell you what it does. It gives people like Andy Bolton and Jim Long a bit of a push as well going into the second half of the season.
85.
Yeah, that will definitely be the biggest story in World Darts today. And plenty of people online will be talking about it. As indeed will we. At some point, no doubt, because there is
99.
So much meat on that bone, it might as well be a tomahawk steak.
Nice and juicy.
If you cook it right.
Oh,
that's a beautiful dart from Peter. How did he do that? He gets the darts to stack on top of each other, but he was able to understack there. Don't call him the king, call him the surgeon.
57. PT require 136.
We'll hope for Sixham here. And he's going to need the 6 of this point to move himself 3-1 to the goods.
82. Adam, you require 150.
That could have changed the game. The 1-3-4 that we saw from Charlie Mambi in Game 2 against Peter, it ended the game and is still the biggest finish of the entire week so far. Tops for Wachiuri. That's more like it. 14 darter from the Kenyan, and he could be getting his own back on Gavlas after a 4-1 defeat yesterday.
Fifth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
Which opens up the door for Neil Duff, who found himself a couple of points behind after his defeat to Adam Gavlas in the opening game of the day, but will be given somewhat of a reprieve if Wachiuri wins this one and he gets the better of McDonagh. He'd move on to 10 points, and then also Charlie Mambi would have a opportunity, and he takes on even springboard Poulsen, who just picked up his first win last time out against Ronan.
Well, if we are being frank right now, Gavlas is not playing well. This is the worst game he's played so far. He's playing in Peter Wachiuri's neighbourhood. And if you come off the top of your normal stuff that we've seen from yesterday, you do leave yourself exposed a little bit.
68.
Some of Peter's mannerisms, they really do get you thinking, don't they? What's he thinking about when he points that finger at the board? What's his thought process?
Well,
your thought process here should be 19s first. So maybe there we've just seen a little bit of tactical weakness on the part of the Kenyan. Something that Gavlas can possibly jump all over.
Jump all over he will.
100.
Before he needs him on a finish, Wachiuri needs at least a treble here. Realistically, 2.
Well, you don't want to be leaving yourself on 239. That's not a number you want to see.
55.
You don't want to see 299. You don't want to see 239. You want to be seeing something that if you hit a max or a 140, it leaves a 2-darter or a 1-darter. Adam?
136.
Fancied it. And at this stage of the game, as much as a lot of people would say he surely should have gone for an 18 or a 10 there, he hasn't played that well. He's seen an opportunity. I don't blame him for trying it.
25.
The whole Roy Keane mentality of, I might just smash into somebody just to make me feel better. Play aggressively, hope it works. And he finds the double 4 to extend the game furthermore. 3-2 as we head into the match's 19th minute.
Sick flag. It's Adam to the row first. Game on.
It's an interesting point of view from Roy Keane, that actually, because in a team sport where you're solely responsible for your position, if the game is being played outside of your position, you've got to do something to occupy your mind and keep yourself sharp. Think about a goalkeeper. If you're playing for Liverpool and they're dominating someone in an FA Cup tie, you might not touch the ball much at all. But you've got to stay alert.
121.
And just because you take a 3-1 lead in a game like this doesn't mean you can go to sleep. Michael van Gerwen said it, didn't he? He would be so dominant in some games that he would actually mentally drift off in the middle of a match sometimes.
100.
And it would take someone coming back at him to wake him back up.
Well, it's that element of control, isn't it? And you see it from football teams where, just going back to that analogy, you're 2-3-0 up in a game, you just naturally go through the motions and you see the match out. And I can imagine an individual sport is fairly similar. I can imagine the likes of Novak Djokovic and Roger Federer's had that in their prolific tennis careers, where you've absolutely battered somebody off the board that you just make life easy because you know you can get out of there with minimum of fuss.
That's where you've got to have the mentality that you want to beat your opponents to nil. You want to hammer them into the ground. There's nothing wrong with that. So if you are 6-love, 6-love, 5-love up in a tennis match, get 18-love.
140.
Halves the score does Wachiuri, so he might have the luxury of a ton and 3 darts at tops. If Gavlas doesn't find more sizable darts here. But there's plenty.
108.
Well, Gavlas is finding something here. It just when it looked like his back was firmly against the wall, he is fighting. And he's going to get a look at this 80 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And it would be the first time we've gone all 7 legs this morning.
100. Adam, you
That
require
was a very
8.
precise ton. If this goes out, you've got to have Gavlas as favourite for the match. Got to be perfectly measured. He's only 2 from 11.
40.
And that might be that.
He
The
require
Kenyan
40.
has had a lot more chances. And he's already smiling, which is a very bad sign for the Czech.
Potentially ominous. Well, that's the first sign of real concern we've seen on the face of Adam Gavlas this week. So he's going to come back and he's going to get 3 at tops.
Adam, you require 40.
To take us all the way.
Game shot
Never
at
in
stick
doubt.
flag. Adam
Never
Gavlas.
in doubt. Here's the thing.
7 from final leg. It's Peter to
All
throw
the
first.
momentum is now the way
Game
of the
on.
Czech. He doesn't have the darts on the last leg. But he will feel like the stronger player right now because one person hasn't been able to finish the job, which
7.
places a lot of doubt in this last leg decider.
And that 7 is a far from ideal start for Peter Wachiuri. Into minute number 22 of this game.
There's only one way you see a 7 in this game.
60.
7.
Len Goodman, who sadly no longer... Is he still with us? We're playing a live game of Dead or Alive.
100.
What do you reckon, Len Goodman?
Brown.
He's he died 2 years ago.
This is a very grim topic.
This is, I know, I don't know how we got here, to be perfectly
You
honest.
started it.
I know, I wish I didn't.
59.
Well, that's the perfect first start for the Kenyan. He needs more of that. Just imagine if he was to win this last leg decider starting with 7.
It'd be always kind of in keeping with the game, wouldn't it?
And by that you mean long and drawn out.
It's
59.
been a rather protracted contest, hasn't it? Well, the good news is there's still 11 more games to go after this.
41.
Yeah, I think the next one's going to be a little bit faster. As technically gifted as Adam Gavlas is, there are people out there who think he might benefit from speeding up a little bit and decreasing the thinking time.
Well, we saw something similar for Brendan Dolan, didn't we, a few years ago? And for a couple of years, it
134.
really did see a move in the right direction.
Yeah, transformed his entire form. Became a winner again multiple times.
81.
You have to be a great player to bag double digits PDC titles. It's also the same for Krzysztof Ratajski. He sped up just a little bit.
90, sir.
That is a crucial treble. From 92, you're thinking that you are going to get a match start. Peter's already had multiple shots. Does he get any more?
140. Adam, you require 92.
So 92 for the match, with Wachiuri sat on a double if he misses. Goes bullseye, guarantees himself a dart. And that dart's a double 16. for 12 points and a cushion at the top of the table. Adam Gavlas gets the better of Peter Wachiuri in 7 legs. He moves on to 12 points in the group. Not a glistening game, but 2 points that Adam Gavlas will take nonetheless. That's the turn of the tape. After the break, we're going to watch Neil Duff against Ronan McDonagh.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 games on this Tuesday morning. And before the break, Adam Gavlas got the better of Peter Wachiuri in a last leg decider 4-3. So, to our 5th game of the session, and it is a meeting between Neil Duff and Rona McDonagh. 2 players looking to get their first wins of the day. Neil going down 4-2 to Adam Gavlas, whilst Ronan lost out 4-1 to even Poulsen in his opening game of the day, missing 16 darts and a double in that particular contest. And Neil, towards the end of that previous game, may have thought there was just that little bit of hope that he could join Adam Gavlas level on point to the top of the table, but that win in the last leg decider for the Czech means that the best he can do in this round is be a couple of points off the lead. But if Ronan McDonagh was to get the better of the Duff man here, all of a sudden Gavlas is just beginning to speed clear at the top of this group as we head towards the midway point of the action.
85.
In the middle day of this opening group of the week. But I think it's a fairly obvious statement to make. If Ronan McDonagh is going to beat Neil Duff in this contest, he cannot afford to miss to the degree he did against even Poulsen.
Understatement of the year. The thing is, if you're getting 17 darts at a double in any match that is
97.
Let's say best of 11 or less, you expect to win it. Getting one leg, something's not working right.
83.
So you've got to fix it. This game is, of course, Northern Ireland versus the Republic,
91.
which was a fixture at the World Cup of Darts in the quarterfinals on Sunday. Eventually, it was an 8-5 win for Northern Ireland, who would go on to win the title. But I don't think we should underestimate just how well Keane Barry and Willie O'Connor played as well. They put Northern Ireland under so much pressure in that quarterfinal.
Keane Barry, potentially one of the players that will benefit from the new World Championship qualifying criteria. Is a long way off the qualifying spots, but it just gives him a bit of a chance with a decent second half.
45.
Ronan, you require He's still got 5.5 grand to make up provisionally as McDonagh finds the tops and gets himself on the board, and you can see the relief on his face. Somewhat ironically, but just relieving the tension somewhat.
Second leg, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
You know how you hear certain names and then it triggers
43.
something? I challenge you, Henry, for the rest of this week, not to hear Ronald McDonald every time you hear Ronan McDonagh. I bet he gets that a lot.
41.
See, I can't go giving people names because I've done that a fair share in the past.
Like who?
Spivey Man.
Well, I walked right into that one, didn't I?
60.
There's only one man on the stage right now who has man at the end of his nickname, and that's Duff Man.
100.
Can't get enough of that wonderful Duff.
We're going to have Charlie Man B
100.
next against even springboard Poulsen.
That's an imposing score there from McDonagh. And even with the disappointment of that first game of the day, he started this one with a little bit more impetus, and he's making Neil feel a little bit uncomfortable.
45. Ronan, you require
everything that was working for him yesterday is just beginning to transpire a little bit against him here. 6 darts here, McDonagh from 170
96.
to open up a 2-0 lead in this contest. Will return for 74.
Ronan, you require 74.
The only bright side of that visit is that Duff did leave a finish. As for the rest, you don't need us to tell you how Neil is feeling. Questionable play here. What does he do? Fair play.
49.
He's paid 100% respect to Duff here by not laying up. He thought, Neil can take this out.
Not this time, but Neil will be the type of player that if you set up against him on a finish like that, it'll just give him an extra bit of impetus. And he's one man that doesn't need any more inspiration than what he's already got. McDonagh's 2-0 up.
McDonagh.
And is it just beginning to click a little bit?
Every now and again.
Third leg, it's Neil to the
You just need a double to land. You don't need to hit the middle. And that's exactly what that double 8 was. That was right in the corner.
$100.
We could be in for one of those really weird Tuesdays. Gavlas could have lost that previous match to Peter Wachiuri.
97.
He managed to dig his way out of it. But if Duffman stumbles and McDonagh gets on a roll,
100.
who knows what's possible? He knows a thing or two about getting through multiple groups in a week. When he was here last time, third in Group A, third in Group B, made the Saturday final game.
$108.
A beautifully timed 180 there from Ronan McDonagh. He's really starting to put his foot down now.
But this is more like the Ronan that we saw the last time he was here.
Ronan, you require 81.
Double 12.
Game shot on the third
All of a
leg,
sudden,
Ronan
he's a
McDonagh.
finishing machine. And in the words of Jeremy Clarkson, the speed.
Fourth flag, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
Well, it is fast compared to the last game, isn't it? Last game was...
91.
It was a car that needed a bit of work. This one is a supercar of a performance.
Yeah, that was blinking. You won't miss it.
100.
It's like watching Dr. Lothario from
81.
Despicable Me in one of his crafts. Just motoring along, and then next thing you know, vector passes. I think that's enough
84.
Despicable Me references for one day.
Not so much stealing the moon, but stealing the group is what these two will want to do come the end of Wednesday's action. And we do sometimes see this on there. When he's not playing at his absolute peak and pomp performance, he will sometimes almost give us an explanation as to what's going wrong and how he needs to compensate and adjust for it.
Oh, what are you doing,
59.
Ronan? Should never have been going for the 20s on dart 2. I know that Neil is not on a finish. He's within 100 or so of one, but still, you've got to be doing the right things. Don't get into some bad habits.
98. Now you require 116.
Neil's taking the darts here. To get on the board, looking for the treble to leave tops, not to be, and so McDonagh to see out the match is looking at 112.
56. Ronan, you require 112.
Can he get to the double? Should. Does.
72.
And that
Now you require 60.
is a very rare miss at doubles in this game for Ronan.
And knowing his luck this week, he'll expect to be punished for that miss.
Game shot on the fourth
Punished he
flag.
will be.
Neil Duff.
Duff breaks back, keeps himself in the contest, back to 3-1.
Now anything's
Fifth
possible.
flag, it's Neil to throw first.
4-3.
Game on.
We know from a lot of experience of watching Neil that he is never down and out. If he's in a rear naked choke against Conor McGregor, he wouldn't tap. He's that kind of guy.
45.
Just a little running repair there for Duffman. You can see that he stands all the way out to the left-hand side. And it's almost as if he one-eyes the board with the right side.
100.
The left eye barely comes into play. In fact, look at them both.
99.
Both playing from the left-hand side of the hockey, which is actually really good for right-handers because when you come away from the board, you've got all this space to walk. You don't have to just scooch by.
140.
You ask people who play Mervyn King, Andrew Gilding, people who stand all the way out there, even Ryan Meikle is the same to a certain degree. If you've got a bit of space there, that feels good. It doesn't feel like you're being put under any hockey pressure.
139.
And this game somewhat has a different feel to it now. At 3-0, McDonagh was in control. But that control is getting whittled away, leg upon leg, as Duff aims at tops. And he's going to get 3 more from here to bring it back to 3-2 and to force McDonagh to serve it out again, but this time he'd be under way more pressure.
45.
His game has been lost.
40.
I hope he's not waiting for that opportunity in the next leg. He's got it,
on the 5th leg, nil
but something's got to change if he is going to win this 4-2.
6th leg, it's Ronan to throw first.
It is undeniable that Neil Duff is not on form today. But when you don't have your form,
58.
if you've got your grit, you've still got chances for points.
Well, guts is definitely something Neil Duff has got. And he's got it in abundance.
140.
If McDonagh leaves a finish after 9 here, he'll be a very happy man.
100.
He may just need to leave a finish after these. And what's he doing? It's so frustrating to see
55.
when he's left that same number in this game, went 19s on it, and there he didn't go 19s.
100.
Was he even aware of what he had left?
Well, I think we're seeing what is naturally going to be the next stage of his evolution.
140.
He's tidying up on
81.
things like that as Duff looks to hit back with an 11 darter.
Game
For
shot
3-0 down, we go all the
Nilton.
way. And that was an 11 darter to take us all the
7th
way,
and
to
final
take us
leg.
the
It's Neil
distance.
to throw
Ronan
first.
McDonagh shakes
Game
his
on.
head. He looked comfortable at 3-0 in front. He's hardly had a dart at a double since. And you can tell it's a bit warm on the stage because Neil Duff just
55.
wiping his hand. Obviously a bit of perspiration on his hand.
I don't know if you caught this over the weekend, but William
99.
O'Connor had a very strong opinion about the conditions in Frankfurt on Saturday. I had a chat with him afterwards.
140.
He said it wasn't how it was making our bodies or our heads feel, it was how it was making our hands feel. Because when the temperature goes up to a certain degree, your hands start to swell and you lose control of how your fingers and your palms work.
100.
And William had a great point about this because the conditions on Saturday in Frankfurt were just
98.
astonishingly hot. Now, it's not like that here just yet. But one of the things that makes darts a sport that is irrefutable is the fact that you have to play in difficult conditions. It's not like a poker table where everything's conditioned and you've got a masseuse on your shoulders.
134.
Here, you've got to work hard.
And to give credit to McDonagh, he's worked hard in this leg. He could have so easily have sat back and taken the punches that were thrown at him by Neil Duff.
Ronan, you require
And he throws
90.
another haymaker at him. But he's going to get first opportunity to win this match. He's going to have 2 in his hand at double 15. Neil Duff did all the hard work to get back in it. And he's going to get a chance to win it.
82. Neil, you require 32.
From 3-0 down,
Game
he
shot, and the
completes
match.
the comeback
Neil Duff.
win. A 4-3 success for Neil Duff. For Ronan McDonagh, that's probably a game which typifies his week so far. He had an opportunity to win it to nil. And a dart at double 15 to win it. Couldn't take it. And Neil Duff pinches his pocket from 3-0 behind. Next up, Charlie Mambi against Ivan Springborg Poulsen. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Neil Duff came back from 3-0 behind to get the better of Ronan McDonagh by 4 legs to 3. Game number 6 is a meeting between Charlie Mambi and even springboard Poulsen. For Charlie, an opportunity to move on to 10 points in this Group A, level with Neil Duff and a couple behind Adam Gavlas, who he has to play in the next round's worth of fixtures. As for Even, he picked up his first win in his first game of the day, getting the better of Ronan McDonagh by 4 legs to 1. So here we go then, game number 6 of the session, a meeting between Mambi and Poulsen, England against Denmark on the live lounge stage. And for Charlie, he'll be hoping to carry on where he left off against Peter Wachiuri, though that does feel somewhat of a long time ago. Average of 98.02, 4 from 6 on his doubles, rounded the game off a 1-3-4 checkout. He looked delightful, didn't he, in that game against Peter?
Yeah, he looked very dependable. And it's always nice to finish a game with something like a 1-3-4 checkout. Made it look easy, and some of these young stars, well, they do make it look easy, don't they?
42.
You would suspect that he would be one of the players in the field for the Rising Stars Week. You'd think he'd definitely be in the selectors' minds, wouldn't you?
81.
For the people who don't know, what's the criteria of our Rising Stars Week?
16 to 21. And you better be good enough, I suppose, is the long and short of it.
Yeah, you would figure that Charlie would figure in that with the likes of Ryan Branley and some others.
88.
Plenty to choose from, that's the good thing.
Bo Grease is still eligible.
The Bull is eligible.
70. Charlie, you require 94.
But the bull, eligible, not hit.
54.
Well, Mambi
Ivan, you
left himself
require
at tops, but
25.
Poulsen's going to get another opportunity to break here. 2 8s. When he's had opportunities, he has been able to take them,
17.
but he hasn't taken
Charlie,
that
you
one.
require 40.
Oh
30.
my.
Ivan, you require 8.
3 wire jobs.
Game shot
That's
on
an
the first
interesting leg
leg.
to say the
Ivan
least. It
Springbok
almost
Poulsen.
reminds me of the first verse of the song Abracadabra by Steve
Second
Miller Band.
leg,
It goes
it's
something
Ivan
like
to the
this.
first.
I heat up,
Game on.
I can't cool down. You got me spinning round and round. Round and round and round it goes.
44.
Where it stops, nobody knows. Now, what was the year of that song, Henry Diggin?
Ah, is this a tungsten teaser?
No, it's a music quiz.
100.
Oh, what year? Oh, I'm going to go 1974. I bet I'm nowhere near, am I?
Absolutely nowhere near.
6.
I can't even give you the Ken Bruce of 1 year out. Wrong decade.
Higher or lower?
50,
60s
sir.
or 80s?
The fact that you don't know. It's 80s.
I was born in 2000, Nico.
I'm not getting onto that. Give me a
6.
year. You got one more guess.
1986.
Wrong. 82 it was.
So I was only 8 years out.
60.
Yeah, Ken Bruce didn't have that T-shirt though. Only 8 years out.
60.
Well, some people have darting nicknames where their walk-on song is pretty much speaks for itself. Like Simon Stevenson, the Mirror Man.
95.
If Mambi is to walk out, it'd have to be a certain Supernova song.
100.
That would get the crowd going, wouldn't it?
Let's hope Owen Binks is on stage at that moment in time. Big Oasis fan he is.
Well, if he did,
96.
Charlie, he'd be the second person from that part of Yorkshire to walk out to an Oasis song.
99.
I still believe Joe Cullen when he had Rock and Roll Star by Oasis was better.
That used to be one of O'Sullivan's walk-on song once upon a time.
Yeah, it was Mark Walsh's as well.
53. Ivan, you require 78.
So this for 2-0. Is it another opportunity which he takes?
Game
Indeed
shot
it
on the
is.
second
When
leg.
opportunity
Ivan
knocks,
Springbok
Poulsen
Poulsen.
opens up the door. He leads 2-0.
Third leg, it's Charlie to the row first.
I honestly thought the way that Charlie played in his first game, he was going to breeze through this one.
100.
But the exact opposite of a very famous line by Turkish in Snatch
91.
has really come to mind. Because don't think I haven't thunk about this. I didn't entertain the fact that Mambi was going to lose this game.
140.
I thought he was on a different level to Ivan Springbok Poulsen, but it just goes to show, doesn't it? You get yourself your first win and your confidence
60.
does rise.
And it's probably been, what, good hour and a quarter between games for Mambi. So he's had a bit of a break between matches, and maybe it just stopped his rhythm a little bit.
140.
Think about it this way. If you're in that
Charlie
room
require 81.
and you're having a break like that, and you're with people that you don't know very well, it's either an environment where you will thrive, or you'll feel a
49.
little bit sheepish.
Well, that 180 there of Charlie Mambi was the 1000th of the series so far.
23.
And for everybody watching on
Charlie
Pluto TV,
require
Henry's been
32.
counting that with his hands. He's been waiting
Game's
for that
on the
moment for
third
a
leg.
while.
Charlie Mambi.
And Mambi's been waiting for that all game.
I
Fourth
wish I
leg,
could
it's
take
Ivan to the
credit
row
for it, but I
first.
can't.
Game on.
Boffins down in the gallery have been channeling through the stats.
140.
That's the the latest one they've managed to come out with.
Yeah, things are different here.
140.
Never used to be like that. Everything used to be written down, pen and paper. Nowadays, it's 24/7 darts on Pluto TV, and we've got
42.
people with stat screens.
$100.
He hasn't been perturbed by that 2-0 gap, has he? If anything, since then, he's steadied the ship almost automatically.
59. $60.
But he's opened up the door again for Poulsen on throw to re-establish the two-leg gap. Decent score here. The leg could be up for a bit of interpretation.
Yeah, the door might be open, but
60.
not far from Springbok Poulsen's homeland, there was a tournament won over the weekend with a rather incredible checkout on the
85.
trapdoor double. Did you see it? 114 on double 3.
As you do.
118. Charlie
Well, this
require
has to go for Mambi, you feel.
116.
It could go, and it could be a turning point. Turning
Game
point
shot,
it
the full
is.
flag. Charlie
Because
Mambi.
Charlie Mambi from 2-0 down has rectified the situation perfectly. Level at 2 apiece and now has room to manoeuvre
Fifth
and has his
flag, it's
throw back
Charlie to throw
importantly as
first.
well.
Game on.
You've got to be impressed with this young man, the way he plays the game.
140.
He's got a fluency about his throw that it almost deserves a drool.
100.
Look at this.
108.
He might be a builder or a bricklayer, but my word, I bet he can turn a screw. The way he's playing at the minute, he could probably turn screws with his fingertips.
100.
Well, he's turning the screw in this contest, that's for sure. And if he loses this particular contest, then he
49.
would be hanging on by his fingertips in terms of winning this group. It just keeps Adam Gavlas on watch if Mambi wins this one, particularly because he's got to play the check in his next
Charlie
game.
require
Absolutely right.
132.
Come on, Champagne, show us where it is. Pop!
Game shot on the fifth flag. Charlie Mambi.
What more is there to say? Champagne by name, champagne by nature. Wonderfully done.
Sixth flag. It's Ivan to throw first. Game on.
And that moment of brilliance could well be
60.
what knocks the stuffing out of even Poulsen. And we were saying at 2-0 down, Charlie Mambi wasn't playing very well.
140.
Well, have a look at this for a three-leg bird. 13, 15, 12. That's world class.
Yeah, that's 40 darts.
100.
That's the new world-class level for three-leg bursts. It used to be 45. Now it's 40.
100.
Well, he was averaging in the mid-70s when Poulsen led 2-0. He's now averaging 95.
Consequently, he was averaging in the mid-70s when you were
100.
talking about the mid-70s. Now that we're talking about something a little bit more present, he is very much back
81.
on top. And you're absolutely right with your point, Henry, about him knocking on the door of Gavlas to be on the same points as Duff and Gavlas
85.
going into the middle round of the group. That is a strong position.
100.
Picks off a treble
Ivan, you
beautifully
require
with the last dart.
156.
Poulsen has to take this. Poulsen has to take this. He could take this. Oh, that's
Game shot on the
superb.
sixth flag.
That's the third
Ivan Springbok
consecutive
Poulsen.
ton plus checkout in this game. And it saved the skin of
Seventh and
Springbok.
final leg.
And it
It's
could have given
Charlie
him a
to throw
springboard.
first. Game on.
Well, from a slow start, this game has caught fire.
97.
Where did that come from? The two biggest finishes of the entire group belonged to Charlie Mambi,
140.
leading up to that 156 from the Dane. You get the feeling that Mambi's going to need a 15 darter here to win this match. Maybe something better.
104.
Poulsen is on course for a 4-visit leg.
He's finding one of those spells and one of those spurts.
133.
But the irony is, if he even wins this game, it's not because of the brilliance at the end. It's because he won the couple of scrappy legs at the start, which has given him the opportunity to win this game.
Charlie
But a slip for the last start there means it's 140. Now, he's already had the champagne shot, but he's not going to find the big fish.
Ironically,
92.
champagne does go with fish.
Ivan, you require 140.
That one's not going to be found. But this is a big-time visit for Mambi's day. What a roller coaster day it's going to be, no matter what happens here.
Charlie requires 78.
But this will make him feel good. 2-0 down, 3-2 up. Is it 4-3 to him?
Double 12 to win it. But that's 2 match starts that have got a big in. Can Poulsen do it again?
Still on. Still on.
84.
That was a big-time pull from Poulsen.
12.
Charlie Mambi must have thought that was going. But he gets another chance on double 6. That was in, and it was out. You can see the puncher mark.
Ivan, you require 20.
Charlie Mambi, 41 that game. It hit the target to win the game, but it didn't stay in. But that one stays in at just about.
Springborg Poulsen.
And for Evan Poulsen, that's a huge win, but it's an even bigger defeat for Charlie Mambi. He thought he won it. He thought that double 6 win. It was in, but it bounced back out again. Well, that was a classy, classy contest. It really got good as it got to the boil. 3 ton plus checkouts in the game. But the most important dart was the dart that didn't hit the double 6 for Mambi. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to watch Rona McDonagh up against Peter Wachiuri.
she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
The new Modus Super Series champion. It's Phil, the Power Taylor. Welcome back to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
Yeah, plenty coming up here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth over the next few weeks. Scan that little QR code. Well, it's not little, it's very big. It's right in the middle of your screen. And it will take you to the landing page on dartshop.tv. You could be here every Saturday night for Super Series final. And we also have the Champion of Champions event, which is taking place on Sunday, June the 29th. And we are all very much looking forward to that. It's live here on Pluto TV, but you can be here in person. Tickets are still available for that particular day, and it is a double session day, so you get 2 for the price of 1 in that particular regard. You've got 12 legends of the game going head-to-head for the magnificent trophy, and my goodness, is that trophy magnificent. That's what's coming up. That's what we've seen so far today. It's been a good day for even springboard Poulsen. 2 wins out of 2 for the Great Dane. And he has already dashed some hopes of that of Ronan, McDonagh and Charlie Mambi. Adam Gavlas has won his opening 2. And he has a 2-point lead from Neil Duff, who he beat in the opening game of the day. So in Series 6 of Week 11, live from Portsmouth, this is how the table looks. And plenty of action coming up as the day moves towards a close here on the South Coast, live on Pluto TV. This is how the table looks. Adam Gavlas has a 2-point lead from Neil Duff on 10 points. Charlie Mambi, a couple behind on 8, may feel like he's missed a trick in that game against even Poulsen before the break. And then Wachiuri on 6, Poulsen on 4, McDonagh on 2. And it is Wachiuri and McDonagh who are going to see in this the 7th game of the session. We've reached the halfway point of the session, and 2 players who are yet to pick up victories today, and 2 players who have both been blighted by a multitude of missed darts and a double.
Very fair indeed. 2 players that could have won their previous match. So I think this is a very fair time for them to come across each other.
First leg, it's Ronan to throw first. Game on.
Peter yesterday got the better of Ronan by 4 legs to 3, and that's a very pertinent scoreline because the last 3 games have all gone the distance.
140.
Peter Wachiuri did put himself in position to win 4-3 when he was up against Adam Gavlas in Game 4, but the door was closed. And that was after 45. He had a chance to win 4-2. But McDonagh, I'm sure he was spinning at the fact that he lost from 3-0 up.
57.
There's nothing wrong with a little bit of anger after a game like that. If you can channel it, we're about to find out if he can do such a thing.
$125.
That reaction from Peter right there in missing the 180, it was one that you would see from 59. A young person in an academy. Oh, I was that close to a 180. Gosh darn it. $100.
You just get the sense that this game could be just a little bit edgy.
44.
just because of the way that both players' days have gone so far. For Ronan, a lot of missed doubles in the first, as you mentioned, should have beaten Neil Duff in the position he was in. For Wachiuri, it's been a little bit stuttery, and an opportunity presents itself for McDonagh now because of that 22 score from the Kenyan.
47.
I know that Gavlas has gone to 12 points. He can't have done any better today. But a win for Peter gets him to 8 points and very much back in the reckoning
61.
Ahead of the Mambi Gavlas match.
154.
If he's got any ambitions of winning this group, you do get the feeling that he can't afford to lose much ground over the course of the day.
138. PT require 148.
Haven't seen a big finish yet from Peter. We're not going to see one there. And so McDonagh will come back double 8. This has been his emphasis, although he hasn't really been on this side of the board too much so far this week.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, he's found a friend in double 8, so McDonagh leads 1-0.
Second leg.
He doesn't look particularly comfortable on the stage, does he? He's constantly pulling the shirt. His rhythm is a little bit erratic. Depends on how many times he prods the dart before he throws it. How many is it going to be here? 1. Just 1. And just 1. Nice rhythm. I like that visit a lot. But earlier today, he was prodding it 1, 2, or 3 times. Maybe this is something he's trying to iron out as the week goes along.
I also wonder as well, the first time he was here, he was playing at a bit of a free roll, wasn't he? He was going up, he was enjoying, he had that air of freedom about him. And I just wonder, because of what he did last time in terms of getting to the final,
100.
Whether he feels as a result that there's maybe just a little bit more pressure on his shoulders this time around. Where there's maybe a bit of expectation compared to last time.
I don't think there is. I think if you look at some of his numbers from that week, they were good, don't get me wrong. But he was surviving groups. And he was surviving through the Saturday night.
85.
I think there's another level to his game, but I don't think it's a level of numbers. I think it's a level of consistency that he's trying to find. That consistency will take him quite far. But I think the pressure will come from himself.
57.
He might not say so, but dart players, and please take this on board, Henry, we are liars.
81.
You ask us a question, a lot of the time we're going to give you an answer that seems like the truth, but it isn't.
Wachiuri's not going to find the 144. McDonagh back for 135 to
6.
Double his advantage in the contest.
135.
Doesn't get much better than that. Or does it? Of course it does.
On the second leg.
He goes from barely being able to hit a double to hitting a great deal of them in a row, and he leaves Peter Wachiuri looking like a teapot.
First. Game on.
But this is not the problem. He was doing this in the early portions of the Duff game. He doesn't want to get out of the traps again, fall asleep, and then end up losing the game.
45.
Well, I'd say the signs are that Peter Wachiuri doesn't look like he's going to throw anything back at Ronan McDonagh. But then it didn't look like for 3 legs Neil Duff was going to do that either. But he's also playing better right now, is McDonagh, in the opening portion of this game than he did against Neil Duff to race into that 3-0 lead. But it's about sustaining it over the full course of the contest.
Yeah, it's not best of 5, it's best of 7. If it was best of 5...
108! He...
Probably going to be 3-0 in this one. He would have won 3-0 in his last game, but it's first to 4. And you don't get any bonus points for a no-luck 180, Ronan.
92. Ronan, you require...
Well, maybe
41.
the confidence is just beginning to seep through as he looks at double 16 for a 3-0 lead.
9.
He missed his line there. If he gets inside That first shot at double 16 is probably going to caress its way a lot closer than that one.
108!
Well, that's put some pressure on this 32. Well, that side of the board is working a lot better for Ronan McDonagh. He has a 3-0 lead, just like he did in his game against Neil Duff.
Full flag, it's Peter
Wachiuri.
first.
A rueful shake of the head. He knows that nothing so far has gone to plan, and he's wondering why it's all just clicking into place right now. 93.94, that's the equivalent of 16 darts per leg for Ronan McDonagh to put him into this position.
140.
What do you think he's trying to tell us by communicating through the lens with no words?
96.
What's happening?
Might be something that we can't broadcast. $100. See, I think this sport
134.
would probably have been the favourite sport of Father Jack in Father Ted. Because it's just one word, is it? A short word. I'm not going to say it. It's very disrespectful to the Irish.
60.
But I can see Father Jack saying the name of this sport as one of his favourite words.
97.
How good is that from Wachiuri? Could change this entire game, because we saw what happened just a couple of matches ago with McDonagh.
24.
But Wachiuri himself has had similar issues on his doubling. In fact, this is the first chance he's had to the double in this game. And he's going to head to the trap door.
21.
Just above the wire, and that could be curtains.
Requires 74.
McDonagh wants to get rid of this fast.
Tops for 4-0 win, and that's much more like it for Ronan McDonagh. Well, that is a far more handy performance. He wonders what's happening, because suddenly it is just all clicked together. That was a really good display, and that was more like the man that we saw that got through to the final in his previous appearance. And that is a springboard for him to kick on with. An average of 95.43, 4th and 7 on his doubles, including that 135 checkout. He has dismantled Peter Wachiuri by 4-0. Well, we have got a huge game coming up for you after the break as Adam Gavlas takes on Charlie Mambi. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus
Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
Welcome back. This is Pluto TV and this is the Modus Super Series, and we are ready to go for game number 8 of our session, which is a meeting between Adam Gavlas and Charlie Mambi, 2 of the top 3 in this Group A going head-to-head. Before the break, we saw a first win of the day for Ronan McDonagh and a good performance as well, average of 95.43 and a 4-0 win against Peter Wachiuri. Included a 1-3-5 checkout, 4 from 7 on his doubles, but for these two, well, they've been 2 of the players of the day so far. Although for Charlie Mambi, played well in his previous game, but lost out to an inspired even Poulsen. And a Gavlas is 2 from 2 for the day. Maybe not hitting the heights that he did on Monday, but he's been doing enough to get the job done.
First. Game on.
And I think it goes without any shadow of a doubt. If Charlie Mambi is going to harbour realistic ambitions of winning this group, he has to win this game.
Yeah, Gavlas starts on 12, Mambi on 8.
125.
So a Mambi win gets him within 2. A Gavlas win gets him 6 clear of his opponent in this game.
100.
But remember that Neil Duff is a little bit closer ahead of his 3rd round match with Ivan Springborg Poulsen after this. I think Gavlas is due a good performance today. He hasn't had one yet.
140.
Even though he did win his first game with a 91 average. I mean, that's decent. But we're grading on what he was giving us yesterday.
140.
But then there is a second day syndrome here, not to be confused with second season syndrome in football, where you impress so much on the first day that the expectation is exactly that, but sometimes you may see just a slight regression in performance from day 1 to day 2.
140.
No regressing in this opening leg, leaving 96 after 9 on throw. Not much really Mambi can do about this.
Yeah, I'm fully expecting a great deal from
6.
Gavlas here.
Adam, you require 96.
He's a little bit older than Charlie. He's a bit more experienced. And he'll have seen how Charlie lost that previous game. He'll want to make him feel worse.
$56.
Well, he's tops after 12. It's a really good opener here for Gavlas, and Mambi's got really nothing to show for it.
45. Adam, you require
needs a break at some point. Doesn't look like it's going to happen right at the very start of the contest.
Never say never. We did see a 156 in Game 6 against Mambi.
20.
He's unable to get on this
Charlie
occasion, and so
require
Mambi is back looking at
156.
156 to get the break now. He hit a couple of big tub plus checkouts against even Poulsen before they're being hoisted by his own petard with a 156 finish, unable to get on this occasion.
20.
So Gavlas will get 3 more, double 10 to draw first blood in this contest.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Leg, Adam Gavlas.
Beautifully hit. Nowhere near the wires. That is about as perfect a double 10 as you could hope for.
Second leg, it's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
The two characters you feel are absolutely
100.
unruffled. Regardless of the situation, regardless of the scenario, they're not going to be players that are going to get dragged down, bogged down.
$59. $93.
Well, of course, there's Pro Tour action as well today, aside from the Super Series. Players' Championship 17
60.
will take place at the Wachiuri Arena in Leicester.
138.
Just having a look at some of the draws that are taking place. And, well, the Northern Irish duo of Josh Rock and Daryl Gurney have got games against the bromance of PDC darts, because
97.
Josh Rock
Charlie
takes on Owen
require
Bates and
170.
Daryl Gurney takes on Cam Crabtree. Mambi's not taking out the big fish. Cammy Menzies takes on Ted
98.
Evans. That could be a tidy game if they both get up to scratch. Cammy's playing superbly this year. Richie Edhouse against Rob Owen. Oh, here's a Super Series clash from last year. Andy Bolton against Marvin Van Velzen.
32.
Justin Hood takes on Gary
Charlie
Anderson.
requires 72.
Great dart from Mambi.
Game
Beautiful
shot, the
finish.
second
That's
leg,
exactly
Charlie
what he
Mambi.
needed to get back into his day. A nice clean take. It's not just
Third
about
leg, it's
what's
Adam
happened in the first leg
first.
of this contest. It's
Game
about
on.
what's happened at the end of his last match. He may still be stewing a little bit from that disastrous double six that did not stick in the board.
$140.
One other game which really sticks out for me is Jan
99.
van Veen up against Mervyn King.
Well, good to know that Mervyn's been given an invite, but that is not a very easy first game at all for Mervyn and for Jan to a certain extent. But I think Van Veen will be one of the favourites for the title today.
James Howell
100.
against Mike De Decker, Białecki against Pilgrim, and other ties that kind of jump off the page. Adam Mole's got a game against Chris Dobie. Good to see Adam on the Pro Tour.
58.
Yeah, but he's got Chris Dobie.
That's the problem. And Scott Campbell up against Peter Wright. Now, the way Peter played the weekend, the way Scott's been playing at the minute, Scott may fancy his chances a little bit in that one.
Scotland captain versus former Scotland captain.
Yes.
85.
Well, someone's got to take this game by the scruff of the neck. It feels like it's seesawing a little bit.
140. $60.
Well, Gavras leaves himself at 116 to open up a 2-1 lead in this game.
46. Adam, you require 116.
Oh, this is a very makeable chance. And one of the reasons why people go 19s is because if you do get the 4 19s, there is nothing in the way of tops. Nothing stands in his way, and he takes that 2-1 lead.
Just his second ton plus checkout of the week, following the ton that he accrued yesterday.
To throw first. Game up.
He's halfway towards opening up a cushion now in this group. And Neil Duff will know that he's got his hands full with even in the next game.
44.
Who didn't win a game on Monday, the Dane, but has won both of his matches so far on Tuesday. We said that today could be a moving day. Well, it could well be a day where one man moves in the right direction, and that man is Adam Gavlas.
140.
Yeah, it could be. But if you think about what Ivan Springborg Poulsen has done, is he's made the potential job for the top two a bit easier. Because he has taken out Charlie Mambi. He's taken out Ronan McDonagh. If Gavlas and Duff were to take out the Dane,
96.
they'd be starting to create this gap that they could have for the rest of the group.
100.
Charlie Mambi loses this game. Is he pretty much done in terms of winning this group, in your view?
Not just yet, but things are getting pretty drastic. Especially when Gavlas is doing things like that. I think we're just starting to see the tendencies of someone who's been mixing it with the best for the last couple of years.
99.
The timing of some of his shots.
94.
Really good. The 116. That approach. If we're sticking a 94 into that mix, Mambi's got a lot of problems.
Well, Mambi's going to get a dart. Well, he should get a dart.
Charlie requires 78.
Square this contest back up at 2 apiece. He's going to get 2 a double 12. Double 6.
Game shot of
right
full flag.
in the bottom,
Charlie
pretty
Mambi.
much in the puncher mark of the double 6, where it spat back out at the end of the previous match.
Fifth flag. It's
Well, we haven't seen a slow motion replay
Game
of
on.
the previous double 6 where it didn't stick in the board. But based on what we saw, it had to have some sort of deflection. Otherwise, it would have gone in.
58.
In terms of his career progression and in
59.
terms of what you think would be the best logical next steps, what would you like to see in terms of the progressional route that Charlie could make over the next year or two?
He's only 19. I think some people are very keen to turn professional by the time they're 21. You don't necessarily need to do that.
97.
He has played WDF Youth with some great players. He's had success there. He is getting better at playing development tour stuff.
125.
I think if he can have a couple of good years on the DV or development tour and improve at challenge tour level at the same time, that is enough to cultivate the talent that he's got. Doesn't really have to have the pro tour for another 2 or 3 years.
137.
I think there's actually been enough evidence of players like Charlie that may have taken that step just that little bit too soon. And I just wonder whether he's one of those players that maybe just another year at this level. Maybe when he's 21, that'd be the perfect time for him to take that next step.
Well, let me put it to you this way. This has been in the darting media quite a lot over the last couple of weeks. What's to say that Charlie says in his own mind for the next couple of years,
75.
all my darts winnings are going to go aside to bankroll me to start a possible pro career where he doesn't need the backing of someone to sponsor him. He wants to do it solo.
134.
if he was to do something like that, I would completely understand.
Well, it's interesting you speak about that transition to pro because Adam Gavlas has spoken about that already today. So you're going to be talking up a 1-3-4 checkout. Charlie Mambi's had one of these today, but Adam Gavlas isn't going to join him in this club.
Charlie, you require 152.
And Mambi needs another big one. Needs another big one. Could get another big one. Does find another big one. And that is huge. That is seismic. And that could be not just a game changer, but a group changer.
Sig flag. It's Charlie to throw first.
He's had
game on.
An astonishing finish in every game he's played today. No wonder they call him Champagne. 1-3-4. That was to finish his first game.
140.
He had 1-3-2 in the 4-3 defeat to the Dane in Game 6. And then he's just popped a 1-5-2.
You mentioned the possibility maybe of Charlie Mambi going pro or things like that.
59.
In terms of Adam Gavlas, he actually said he's enjoying the fact that he's no longer a professional, the fact that he's gone back to trade. He spent the last year or couple of years as a professional, dropped off tour. He's now back working with his friends back home, works in sorting out air conditioning units, which I suppose is probably the busiest time of year in his particular trade right now. But
do you have any idea how hot it gets in Czechia at this time of year? It's no, every single person in that country needs an air conditioner. It's a great business to be involved in.
Well, no, The Apprentice this year was an air conditioning business. But besides that particular point,
100.
For him, he feels like now he can go the other way with it in terms of it could be a hobby that he enjoys and he's getting results as part of it. Not everybody suits that professional lifestyle. Some people are better off having something else to occupy their mind 9 to 5.
That is so true.
Charlie, you require 160.
Pro life is not for everyone.
45.
That's a visit he's going to despise. But that feeling might not last long. If he can take it 116, the way that Adam has in this game, all will be forgiven and he'll be back on the map.
140. Charlie requires
So 116 for Mambi to get the job done. He found that 152 in the previous leg to steal the march. Is he going to steal the game? We're back-to-back ton plus checkouts. He was the width of a wire away.
104.
That is a decent lie for 54. Case in point. And it's another ton plus check out from Gavlas.
7 from final
Look
leg.
at that young man at the back of the stage. Why is everybody doing this to me? It was 156 from ISP in his previous game, and now he's got to go through all of this again against arguably the favourite for the group.
Well, this was a huge game, and both players have lived up to the billing. Just one leg in this contest so far, going above 5 visit range. That was the 16 data of leg 1.
60.
But Charlie Mambi knows he has to win this leg. He knows he has to win this match. Otherwise, his task is very much an uphill one if he's going to win this group. And you then have to look at Peter Wachiuri and even Poulsen just a little bit behind him. Poulsen takes on Duff. He could move to win a couple of points.
96.
Whereas 96 isn't bad. It leaves a number where he can't max like that to leave a finish. This is what people have got to figure out. Don't leave 3-4-5. Don't leave 3-4-3. Doesn't matter what he does. Mambi is now favourite for the leg because he can take a 12 data and Gavlas can't.
93.
Well, Mambi's the first to throw in this last leg and now is very much favoured to go on and seal it. And I've got to say, his timing at points in this contest has been nigh immaculate. Trebolus first visit, but then the 180 and the 140 has put himself right in situ. But how many cracks is he going to get at Gavlas? Because if he piles in a max here, he may have to take out the 121.
140.
I admire that from
Charlie
Adam. It wasn't short.
121.
Technically threw a bit of shoulder into it, but gave it a chance. There's no chance here. And if Adam takes out 112,
112
to add to the 104 and the 116, Mambi is going to need the vomit bucket.
He's found the treble. He's going to get a dart. Double top.
72.
Goes above the wire. Mambi
Charlie
is going to get a go.
64.
My goodness, how huge this is for the group. One dart to win it.
48.
And it's pulled inside.
And you require 40.
And that's the first visible sign of frustration we've seen from that young man all week.
Can you blame him after everything he's been through today? This game is about highs and lows, but the doubles don't get any higher than this.
And that's a win that couldn't be any bigger for Adam Gavlas, because it means he stretches a lead again at the top of Group A. 6 points separates him and Charlie Mambi. He moves 4 clear temporarily of Neil Duff. And the further this group goes on, the further in control that man looks. It was a high-quality contest. Once again, 3 ton plus checkouts in a game. Gavlas just under 95, 4 for 9 on the doubles. And he gets the better of Charlie Mambi by 4 legs to 3.
Charlie require 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires 79.
This is it. It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George
It's Phil, the power.
Told you this is not a game. Done playing, trying to live up to my name. Cuss them out, they said I changed. They just ain't keep up to pace.
Welcome back to the party of Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
This is not a game. Started 15 big dreams, and I keep dreaming. Strategic, I'm not scheming.
Yes, the 16-time champione of the world, Philip Douglas Taylor, will be in audience here next Saturday. Tickets are still available for it by heading over to www.dartshop.tv. I wonder if he's got anything to say about his rivalry with Paul Nicholson. Mind you, that's probably really, really far down the list of the things that happened in his career. But let's move on into game number 9 of our session. It's Neil Duff and Even Springborg Poulsen.
First leg, it's Ivan to the row first.
And for Neil, he's actually going to be playing here next Sunday, isn't he? As part of the Champion of Champions event. And actually, all things considered, when you think about what Neil's won in the WDF system, when he's won here at the Super Series, is it perhaps a little bit of a surprise that he hasn't won one of the big ones yet in the WSD?
140.
Yeah, I suppose so, but there haven't been that many opportunities, really. And that's what major championships are all about. You put everybody in the melting pot.
83.
Who can perform that week? It's about peaking at the right times. And that's why not many people have won all 4 Grand Slam tennis tournaments, or all 4 golf majors in the male game, or all 5 in the women's golf majors. It's difficult to peak at the right time at least 4 or 5 times, or in the case of some others, a little bit more. And it makes what Jack Nicklaus, Tiger Woods, Gary Player, Roger Federer, Djokovic, Nadal,
140.
and some of the greatest ladies of those sports like Annika Sorenstam, Lorena Ochoa, Martina Navratilova, Steffi Graf, Serena Williams. It makes them brilliant because of their ability to peak at the right times. Now, that was a pretty good time to peak. Starting with an 11 darter, and Duff is off to a flyer.
And I just wonder whether this could well be a match made in heaven for the Duff man, because the Live Lounge is, in his own words, his favourite venue. Twin that with the fact that he's won here 4 times, well, 5 times you include the specials week, and the fact that it's a tournament which will just feel so at home to him. I think it could potentially be a match made in heaven for him next Sunday.
It's easy to say that, isn't it? I've spoken to numerous DP World Tour golfers over the last 5 or 6 years. And a lot of them say that their favourite golf course is Augusta. Doesn't mean they've won there. But in a darting sense,
40.
There are examples of people who love a venue and have serial success. Phil Taylor loved Blackpool more than anywhere else.
60.
Just the 16 titles for the power there, and I'm sure he'll be talking about that in that Q&A that we're going to have here next Saturday.
85.
Get your tickets now via www.dartshop.tv to hear from the 16-time champion of the world.
100.
Although, if you do want to be here on this Saturday night, you will get the pleasure of Mr. Nicholson and Mr. Peterson in audience.
Here's a question for you. I don't know if this has ever been asked of Phil.
123.
If there was no split, how many world championships would he have? I don't think it would be 16.
135. Neil, you require.
I think he would have maybe got the double digits, but maybe not much more than that, possibly. Because you've got to think about the quality that was in the BDO system at the time.
22.
The likes of Richie Burnett and Raymond van Barneveld, who was just beginning to come to prominence. Steve Beaton was playing well at the time. Even our own Chris Mason, you know, was at a time probably one of the best 4 or 5 players in the world.
Neil, you require 36.
Double 9.
Game shot.
They don't come much better than that. Beautiful find from Neil, trying to stop the Danes' undefeated streak today. I think you're right.
It's Ivan to the row first.
I think that if there was no split and we still had the upward trend of darts from, say, 2000 all the way through to the modern day, I think about 10.
54.
Because I'm convinced that some of those titles that he won in the 90s wouldn't have been his between 95 and 2000.
100.
There was that point in the sport where you had the top players heading over to the WDC, then PDC, but the strength in depth was still very much laid in the BDO system, the BDO circuit.
Yes, it was, and this is the important thing to note because some people had their year. Les Wallace had his year. The only two ranking tournaments he won were the World Masters and the World Championship.
85.
You can have a hot year like John Walton did in 2001. But I think there were more players that could have stopped Taylor between 95 and 2000, maybe not in PDC darts. If there's another universe or some sort of sliding doors capability, I'd love to see that. But the fact is, Taylor was in loads of championships. He won 16 titles. All he had to do was beat who was in front of him and fair play.
59.
And predominantly, he has been the best player ever.
Well, we saw when the Tomlin order came in 1997, a few players on the BDO system actually got to finals events. Ronnie Baxter was a BDO player when he got to the World Match Play final and lost to Rodney Harrington. And Martin Adams, of course, famous a BDO player, got to the semi-finals of the Match Play in 2001 and lost to the Power.
137.
Oh, beautiful switch from Duff.
Requires 70.
Meaning that this has probably got to go out. That's a fortuitous miss. Double top. Much better. This time yesterday, he does not hit that. But today, he's a bit of a different beast.
4 flag. It's Neil to the row first. Game on. $85.
There's something different about Ivan Springbow Poulsen today as well. It's the fact that
54.
He's got the T-shirt on underneath the dart shirt and he's got the zip all the way down. You might think that's just a fashion choice. Actually, it's practical.
55.
If you look at Dimitri van den Berg, in the summer months, he wears a T-shirt under his dart shirt and you think, well, that doesn't make any sense. Surely in the summer you'd wear less
99.
clothing. Well, actually, it's to do with wicking the sweat away during hot conditions. That means that if you have an underlayer on, that wicks the sweat away from your body and it doesn't interfere with the dart shirt and you can just play away. Kyle Anderson used to do the same as well.
89.
Well, Duffy Ford's in control of this leg, but he will be wary of even Poulsen potentially bearing down on him here.
100.
Ton there makes life very interesting in this 4 fleck. Get the sense to stand any chance of being really competitive to Adam Gavlas going into the last day. You sense and feel that Neil probably has to go through the car from this point onwards. And he looks at 117 to open up a 3-1 lead here. Treble 19 leads himself tops.
77.
Just above the wire, and he'll be hoping that Springborg hasn't got something big up his sleeve again.
Which sleeve? Well, I don't care what he's got up his sleeve now. He's not going to find what he needs.
And for Duff, you sense 3 darts at tops.
Here you require 4.
He slips one into the double 17. Should be fruitful. Double 10. Chasing 5s. Finding 5s.
On the 4 flag.
And I don't think there's many better players in this building. 1 dart in hand at double 5, having missed inside the...
Put yourself in that bracket. What are you saying to yourself if you're in that moment?
6.
Neil Duff is saying, it's fine, I'll hit it this time. Defeatist players will say, oh, not double 5. Not this one.
85.
Always somebody that we regard and describe as headstrong is Neil Duff.
100.
And he has had to show guts and courage at points in his career. But go back to that Lakeside success and that game against Jim McEwen, I suppose,
140.
to a certain extent, it was almost the game that defined him as a player.
You're absolutely right. You can go through as much mental coaching as possible, but there has to be a game in your career that proves that that work, one, that it was needed, secondly, that you can
75.
use the knowledge to your advantage. And that is the game that everybody references in regard to that.
85. Ivan, you require 105.
So 105 to reduce the gap back down to 3-2, and plenty of time on side. Now the double 8 leaves double 16, and that's rather a quirky way of taking out 105. But for even Poulsen, that is another big finish to add to the catalogue. Not sure Neil Duff was too pleased about it, mate.
Fair to say, I've never seen that before. And we might never see that again.
100.
Well, we got Peter Wachiuri in this group, and he took out a very unorthodox finish last time he was here, the 2 double 12s. So much so, it made the newspaper.
Which newspaper?
One of the red tops. Didn't give the commentator credit, mind. It said, and I quoted the newspaper article, his rogue checkout delighted the commentator, who yelled in pure ecstasy. I wonder who that could have been doing that game. The person on the mic boomed. Double 12 to win it. This would be incredible. But the best bit is, there's a great big bold bit which says, what are you doing? Unbelievable. Underneath it just says, commentator.
100.
Do I sense a bit of angst about that?
97.
Oh, that's such a great dart.
105.
You might think that's just a regulation 105. It really isn't.
140.
But this guy is proving very hard to get rid of today. He might need this. And this time decided on the treble. He did not choose double-double.
And are we heading to yet another last leg decider? If so, it would be the 5th in 6 games. But Poulsen's missed the big number, and had he missed a big trick as a consequence of it?
29.
Just beginning to fall apart for Springborg. Duff comes back looking for 67 to wrap it up. It's one dart in his hand at double top, and that is all he needs. And he moves back to within a couple of points of Adam Gavlas at the top of the table. Neil Duff, a 4-2 winner against Even Poulsen. A regulation performance, really, for the Duff man. Business-like from first start to last. Not his best performance, but he'll take it nonetheless. Coming up after the break, Adam Gavlas takes on Rona McDonagh. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are 9 games down on this Tuesday afternoon. And before the break, Neil Duff caught the better of even Poulsen by 4 legs to 2. Adam Gavlas beat Charlie Mambi 4-3. And Ronan McDonagh beat Peter Wachiuri 4-0. So it means that Adam Gavlas has a 2-point lead at the top of the table going into the final couple of rounds of the day from Neil Duff. Charlie Mambi's now 6 adrift. His focus is probably to guarantee a Group B position, whereas Peter Wachiuri, even Poulsen and Ronan McDonagh, they occupy the bottom 3 spots in the table, and that would mean they would be in Group C come Thursday and Friday afternoon. Well, we've got 6 more games for you on this Tuesday afternoon. We're going to be with you up until probably around about 3 o'clock. With Adam Gavlas and Rona McDonagh, the next game on the menu here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, Gavlas looking to move on to 16 points in the table. And it's fair to say that, I wouldn't say dodge a bullet against Charlie Mambi, but he knows the significance of that win. And Charlie pushed him all the way.
Yeah, we have seen some results today that could have gone entirely in a different direction.
First leg.
And Ronan McDonagh knows a thing or two about that.
Game on.
Talk about a roller coaster. 3-0 up. That was a little bit earlier in round number 2. And that was against Neil Duff. He ended up losing 4-3, but then was able to turn it around against Peter Wachiuri. And more than anything else, that 4-0 victory against the Kenyan was a bit of a tonic to the heartache of that loss.
And for Adam, if he does win this group, he'll have the joys of sightseeing around Portsmouth for 2 days. Which means he'll be doing nothing for 2 days.
99.
I don't know, he might find the M27 to get out of it.
Bournemouth and Brighton's lovely at this time of year.
Yeah, I can't envisage Adam being the kind of guy that is going to jump in a car and go and see Bournemouth. Or Weymouth.
60.
Or Dorchester. I mean, they're beautiful places, don't get me wrong, but I don't think they're high on his list. Curiously, this is something that when you spend enough time on tour, you see this about dart players. About 90% of them don't tend to leave their accommodation complex. They go, they stay, they play, they leave. There are a select few, of which Damon Heta is one.
100.
When he's in a place where he has a potential day off, he will go out and he will search for things. But predominantly,
140. Adam, you require.
You're going to see dart players stay in the hotel, practice, play, and leave.
112 for Gavlas to take the opening leg. If not, McDonagh's all the way back on 148. Finds the treble. He's going to get a dart in his hand at double 16. And this will be for his third top plus check of the day, having taken 2 out in his previous game against Charlie Mambi.
80.
Doesn't find, and so McDonagh returns for 148 to get an opening leg break.
$95. Adam, you require 32.
Plenty of clearance at the bottom. Now there's a problem. Now he has an angle.
24. Ronan, you require 53.
So McDonagh looking at 53 to get the break at forward, take out the opening leg. He looks at double top.
33.
Just moves on the inside, and so Gavlas will return.
8.
He's got 3 more in his hand.
Well, that's as bad a dart as he's thrown all day. And that one just about gives him a shot at double 1.
No score.
6 darts missed.
Ronan, you require
and
20.
McDonagh has got to fly through this open goal.
Opportunities like this against Adam Gavlas has seldom come to players this week. That's another opportunity that Ronan McDonagh sees goes a-begging. And so Gavlas, who's already missed 7 darts to win this leg, is going to get 3 more double 4.
Four.
Well, this is incredible. Adam Gavlas has missed 10 darts and a double to win this first leg. He looks up at his opponent almost embarrassingly. 14 missed darts between the pair. But eventually it's won by Ronan McDonagh. It's not the best leg we'll see this week. In fact, it might well be the worst leg we see this week.
Second leg, it's Ronan.
But it's one that's won by the Irishman.
Game on.
And he leads 1-0.
Is that a Taylor Swift leg?
Shake it off.
That's 22.
135.
Ah, that's good. Just going back to that conversation you were mentioning in the previous leg, that feels like a long time ago now. In regards
I've forgotten what we were talking about.
In regards to what players do in the intervening times, and it's a very important topic. And I was speaking to a player on the Pro Tour last week.
Was it Cam Crabtree?
140.
Or was it Owen Bates? Anyway, your point is?
And basically, one of the topics of conversation was what players do in the intervening times when they're not doing anything. And there's different kind of beasts, different players that do different things. There's a lot of players that will just sit on their Xbox or put Netflix on and stuff all day, and that's their way to kill the time. And that's a crucial factor. How do you kill your time correctly? Because
44.
Particularly if you're going through a rust spur and you're going out first, second round a lot, you've got a lot of spare time in which to kill. In the evenings, you've got a lot of spare time in a city or a town you don't know too well, sat in a hotel where there's not too much to do. And I suppose the key is good practices, because it's very easy to spend a lot of time in places you don't know and take the easy option, whether it's eating food that you probably shouldn't eat or whether you just waste your time doing things that probably aren't productive. It's making the right decisions when you're away from the hockey, particularly when you're away from home for a long time. And that's something that these players have got to do this week, because these sessions finish at 2:30, 3 o'clock. They've been long days in terms of playing, but in terms of the actual 24-hour ecosystem, well, the day's still young.
45. Ronan, you require 41.
You don't necessarily have to do what other people do. Well, he's had double 16 surrounded this time. He will come back. But you make a good point. Especially in this day and age, where, especially in this country, many things are open and available close to 24/7.
15. Ronan, you require 16.
Well, what more can you say about that visit from Gavlas? It was bad, but it left a finish.
Game shot on the
if there's been
leg,
one double
Ronan
today
McDonagh.
that Ronan McDonagh can say he's got trust and confidence in, it's 8-8. He's found it for a 2-0 lead.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
And Gavlas here, he's playing to a level nowhere near anything we've seen from him so far this week.
I'm not surprised to see this, because even though he played wonderfully well yesterday, this game, it's in there. This bad performance.
83.
And this is something he's trying to get rid of. And using this week to get rid of it is the right thing to do. If you have a bad game, ask yourself why. If you know the answer, put it right. If you don't know the answer, seek some advice.
100.
Well, a win here for McDonagh would very much put Duff in with a squeak of
60.
potentially topping the table overnight going into Wednesday's action. Only problem Neil Duff's got is this round he's got to play Charlie Mambi, who could make himself an interested spectator of a win in that one. Final round of fixtures. Gavlas takes on Poulsen. Mambi takes on McDonagh. And it is Duff against Wachiuri.
96. $54.
However, we have seen both of these players suffer an indifference in terms of a deficit. McDonagh has lost from 3-0 up in a game today, where Adam Gavlas has battled through a 4-3 against Peter Wachiuri earlier on today.
96. Adam, you require 145.
And Adam here has got 6 starts and 145 to save his throw in this leg and to reduce the gap back down to 1.
Now, let's be frank. Adam is not a fast player. Who, in the grand scheme of this level of darts, would struggle the most against him? Because they wouldn't like this pace of play.
58. Adam, you require
the Quickens like Klassen and Lauby have gone to the Pro Tour.
Oh, Yellow Klassen would need a psychiatrist after a game with Adam. Double top to break his duck in this game.
Game shot.
He might be slow,
Adam Gavlas.
but he can be very good.
Although I do think I've got an answer for that question. I think
Four
Moreno
flag.
Blom would
Ronan
have had some difficulty dealing with that kind of pace.
58.
But I'll tell you one thing, when we get to that Rising Stars week, we won't be starved of pace from the players, that's for sure. That's our next specials week at the end of the series. That'll be one of 2 specials weeks that's taking place. That'll take place
108
between August 21st to 26th. No, it won't. That's the wrong month. It will take place between August the 18th to the 23rd. And then the next one after that is international pairs between the 25th of August and the 30th of August. What's happening here, Adam Gavlas?
Not as flawless as we hoped.
85.
Looking to hit a 9 darter on debut.
140.
Who does such a thing?
Has a debutant ever hit a 9 here?
That was my question to you. You're Mr. Modus Super Series Stato.
Well, if we're being really technical about it, Conor Heenan did in the first week he was here, but he played it 110,000 times before.
And he'd already hit a 9 darter in the previous studio, so he doesn't count. Moving on.
I'm not letting that happen. You look at the other players. Pilgrim's obviously been here a few times before.
Adam, you
Fallon,
require 139.
Seb been here a few times before. West have been here a few times before. Andreas, Jared, Lee Cox. Lishman had an appearance before. Whitlock, Mason Whitlock's been here a few times, as did Adam Mould. Yeah, I don't think anyone's ever done so on like a proper debut.
99.
As in a debut
Ronan,
week.
you require 167.
We're not going so fast to hit it. Asking if someone's hit one on the first day they've been here.
We've been very pedantic to say Conor Heenan did on debut.
40.
Technically he did, I suppose, but
No, he didn't. Will Gavlas hit this? I think he's going to hit this.
$30.
Oh, how wrong can you be?
Ronan, you require 68.
time to pounce, Ronan. Double 16.
52.
Inside. And that felt a little bit quick.
you
That felt a
require
little bit
10.
rushed there from Ronan. And it's presented Gavlas with another chance. Adam has missed 13 darts at a double in this game so far. But he's got a beautiful guide on the double 5 there. Can he? In off?
No score.
It's what he tried but couldn't execute.
Ronan, you require
We have already
16.
seen that today from Adam. There it is
Gets on the
again.
full flag.
You may be
Ronan
right,
McDonagh.
Henry. 8-8 and McDonagh. They go together like cheese and ham.
Fifth flag. It's Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, McDonagh is looking to wrap up the win here.
Somebody do something on the dartboard. Henry's dancing like he's in Kevin and
121.
Perry Go Large. Somebody make him stop. Otherwise, I
41.
will.
I only get one good one a day, Nico.
Honestly, you were dancing like you were from Liverpool.
45.
Telling me to calm down.
Well, it's been a rather protracted session. We've still got 5 more games to go after this one.
So to answer my question from the previous leg, who would struggle with this pace the most? Scott Baker.
42.
Now, Scott's a level-headed fella. He doesn't get ruffled by much. But fast players
140.
don't like playing methodical players.
Tommy Morris.
Yeah, he wouldn't like this.
We could get a couple of pacey players back in our pool next year. Danny Lauby looks set to lose his tour card come the end of 2025. You know, Klassen probably needs a good World Championship, or definitely get into the World Championship. Barry Van Peer's not exactly a slow coach. Neither is Keane Barry, who's now outside the provisional 64 at the end of the year.
There's a long way to go. But that time will tick away very, very quickly. I like this move from Gavlas. Oh, but he doesn't like that dart. I don't think anybody would like it. What a chance here for McDonagh. It's a finish. 120 to win the game, to keep Gavlas on 14 points, which would be ideal news for Neil Duff in the chase.
Gives him the absolute utmost chance. And Gavlas is just dropping 1 or 2 darts low, isn't he? Needs another one, you feel.
98. Ronan, you require 100.
It's okay, but it may just be a dart at the ball if McDonagh can't convert the 120, of which he's unable to do.
6.
And so this match-saving opportunity for Adam Gavlas. As I mentioned, may just be 1 dart at the balls or at the back of this combo, but it's a chance nonetheless. 14 leaves the ball. The bullet is. Well, he got the line okay. The length just dips a bit low.
60.
The door is open. This is more about stopping Gavlas from getting to 16 points.
And
that's exactly what Ronan McDonagh does. After he's had a nightmare in a previous match, he's then won the next 2. And one of them was 4-0. This one was 4-1 against the top dog. Gavlas did not show up. And as a result of that, McDonagh was able to stroll his way through, winning 4-1 without playing that well.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanez!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Ledlow.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series from the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where we are into game 11 of our session here in Portsmouth. And before the break, we saw Ronan McDonagh get the better of Adam Gavlas by 4-1. So, into this 11th game, it's a meeting between Peter Wachiuri and Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Game up.
Who is going to be the winner of this one? Is it going to be the King or the Viking? We are about to find out. These two now, the bottom two players in this particular group.
100.
But in terms of Poulsen's day, it's been improved, hasn't it, from what we saw earlier?
Yeah, it really has. He's trying to move in the right direction. He's still on the bottom of the table. But winning this game would vault him into 5th position and relegate Wachiuri to the bottom position after he had a really good day yesterday. And that's the fairness of Group A, isn't it? Because you have to turn up 3 times and have 3 good days to be able to win the group.
100.
You can't just have 1 good day and 2 bad days. You do that, you're going to be in Group C.
Which at this present moment in time looks like the most likely destination for both of these
108.
players. Well, that was a bit of an angry max from Wachiuri.
$26. PT require 81.
Maybe he's just sick of losing. He's the only person who has not got a win today, so
41.
a very sensible layup there from Peter. It's not necessarily about winning the group now for Peter. It's about
42.
playing with pride,
PT require 40.
trying to beat as many people as possible ahead of a secondary group.
Game shot
And that's
the
an
first
ideal
leg.
start in
Peter
13
Wachiuri.
darts. Takes it with the first one.
Second
And
leg.
he's 1-0 up.
Ivan to the row first. Game up. 140. $60.
How many people do you think are watching this in Kenya and genuinely being inspired by what he's doing? Because Kenya's got a massive footprint in this game. They do have a lot of players, but you need the pathway to get to somewhere like this or elsewhere. In fact, before
45.
Peter Wachiuri played that World Championship qualifier last year, and indeed here earlier on in 2025, the biggest footprint that Kenya's had in the world of darts is the board, because that's where they're made.
In terms of publicity, I don't think there's a nation that has taken it on board as much as the Kenyans did when Peter played here last time. It was literally a news item on the Kenyan news at 6. Quite literally, it was the top of their sports broadcast. He was on their versions of BBC this morning and stuff like that before going on to play here. The only other nation I can remember had something similar was I remember speaking to Craig Galliano before Gibraltar played at
96.
the World Pairs event here.
164.
And they got newspaper column inches and some headlines in their news programs, but Kenya seemed to really grasp this competition.
96.
Slightly different sized countries.
Yeah. One's got 30,000. One's closer to how many million is there in Kenya?
Is that a question?
55.
Yes.
Or is it a rhetorical question?
68.
Rhetorical. I ain't got a clue.
Neither do I. Well, I think it's more than 30,000. Double top.
Game shot on the second
Asking
leg.
ye shall
Ivan
receive.
Springboard Poulsen.
1-1.
56.4 million.
Third leg. It's Peter to throw first. Game on.
So that's quite a few more then.
Yes. Yeah. Compared to 38,000 it is, yes. So that means that when Peter Wachiuri was on
53.
Kenyan national news at 6, quite literally millions of people would have watched that clip.
You're taking into consideration that most people in Kenya choose to have a television or a smart device. It's a very different culture to us.
I know there's a lot of power in radio. The only reason I know that is another project that I work on. One of the key areas where there's a lot of people that listen in is in Africa. It's a huge market for audio and stuff like that. And I do think he has been on some radio programs as well as Peter. And it is. And as you mentioned, it's culturally so different. And I think that's what makes this competition so compelling and intriguing, that you can have people from different walks of life, different cultures, different countries in the same room, but they all converge and bond over one thing.
126.
It's a universal language. It's like football. You can get people from all over the world
97.
speaking the same language through
33.
sport. It can only be a good thing. Beautifully done.
Peter Wachiuri.
I think Peter's going to be quite frustrated, even though he's 2-1 up. It's the fact that it's been good visit, bad visit, good visit, bad visit. If he can just iron things out a little bit, it could be even better than a 94 average.
41.
Which was kind of what we were saying yesterday about him, where it felt like he was a little bit streaky, a little bit patchy, he was a little bit in and out at times. There's no doubt he has got an abundance of ability, but I suppose this is the key difference. And I think this is something we'll see the more and more we see him here, is that level of consistency. That's the next step for him, to play at this high level on a game-in, game-out basis, which is something that he's only going to learn the more times he's here. And Devon Peterson's mentioned that in the past. There's players like him, Cameron Cavalis, Peter, Simon Adams. They can play to a high level, but what they need is that competition that's going to push them game in, game out.
That's true.
45.
Peter's only going to improve by playing here. But what he's also got to do is he's got to take those improvements back to Africa and put them in play,
60.
arguably against players that aren't this good. Every now and again, he's going to come up against a Cameron Carrollison, maybe a Hilton Klein, or a Devin Peterson, or maybe some players that we don't know of yet. And he's going to need to play this well.
126.
Now, leaving 166, make your own judgment. It hasn't harmed him
63.
in the slightest.
PT
So it could be 3-1 to the Kenyan.
Double 10. Well, usually, last start in hand has been Wachiuri's saving grace, and it is again there. Gets the break, 3-1 to the good. The legs he's won in this match have been very handy. 13, 15, 15, average just under 96, 50% on his doubles. Best display of the day so far for that man in your picture, Peter Wachiuri.
I'm starting to get the feeling that he's not a morning player. Which is going to make him dangerous later in the week.
Well, we saw it the last time he was here. Struggled in the Group A, but then managed to come through Group C on Thursday and Friday afternoon.
100.
Just imagine yesterday at this stage, if you'd offered 4 points to Ivan, he would have said, yeah, I'll take that. That's a decent day. You offer him 4 points for today now, he's saying, absolutely not. Your attitude can change in as little as 60 minutes here.
85.
Everything is circumspect due to the circumstances.
Look
how disappointed he is with a ton there. I like that. That gives you an indication as to how well he knows he can play.
60. PT require 118.
118. Loves 54 first.
$78.
Say what you like. 18's first on 118 is wrong. But in that moment, you can't argue with it because
95.
Springboard Poulsen was forced to take another 156 out.
This to wrap it up. Left side he needs to look at. Now down for double 10. Last dart in hand again.
30.
Not this time. And so Poulsen
61.
Comes back looking at 61 to extend the game. And crucially as well, this would be for a breaker throw. He's going to get one dart at double top.
41.
Just underneath Wachiuri back.
PT
3 more in hand, a double
10.
5.
Having double 5 with 1 dart is one mindset. Having it with 3 is different altogether.
No score.
Oh boy.
You require
What do
20.
we say about that dart? I think the kindest thing we can say is that it was never going to get there.
Well, it was a dramatic slip, wasn't it? But that dart's just as bad.
Score.
Is that an indication that double 5 doesn't want to be hitting this game? It's almost repelled 2 different darts.
So double 5 to eventually get the job done. Moves inside. So going to be 1 left in his hand. At just about in towards double 2. But gets there. Gets there in the end. Well, he made hard work of it, didn't he, Peter Wachiuri? Eventually, the start of the game was really good. 13, 15, 15 to win his first 3 legs. But then toiled towards the finishing line. He does get the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs to 1. And that moves him on to 8 points in the group. Coming up after the break, an intriguing battle this. It's game number 12. It's the final match of the 4th round of fixtures. It's Charlie Mambi up against Neil Duff. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Peter Wachiuri got the better of Ivan Poulsen by 4 legs to 1. Into game 12 of our session, and it is a meeting between Charlie Mambi and Neil Duff. Now, these are the two players that perhaps are keeping closest order. Adam Gavlas at the top of the table. Now, because of a defeat to Ronan McDonagh a couple of games ago for Adam Gavlas, it's opened up the door here for Neil Duff to move on to 14 points. And if he can win this game 4-2 or better, he would actually go top of the table going into the final round of fixtures in Tuesday's play. As for Charlie Mambi, now, you look at the numbers he's punching in. 98 in his first game, followed up by a 92, followed up by a 95. He's playing some excellent stuff. The problem he's had today is the people that have come up against him have just found that little bit extra, found that spark when they needed to.
Some people have the ability to fire you up. After speaking to Charlie briefly this morning, I was somewhat speculating with him that because he's made the press this year for a record average,
81.
Maybe when people play him, they know they're going to have to shift their gears a little bit. It's been happening for years. People do this against better players. They will find a way, and you make one little mistake, and the next thing you know, you've got someone right on your tail.
Well, through no fault of his own, he's got a target on it. Well, I say no fault of his own. By his brilliance, he's got a target on his back.
140.
So instantaneously, people are going to raise their game when they play him. Mainly because of legs like this, where he leads tops after 12. But cannot take out in 15. He's already seen the 156 hit against him today.
I would have bust that. I would have taken the chance in leg 1. If he had bust it, he'd be sitting at 40 here instead of 5.
100.
And Neil Duff
require 5.
He's on a single to double upon his return. But there's not going to be a return because Mambi takes that opening leg out in 17.
Yeah, he's done well there. He loses that first leg.
Neil to the first.
Having been in front the whole time, that will just compound any sort of negativity he's feeling.
A Sam Fender type start to the game. 17 looking to go under.
Yes, yes, we know you went to see Sam at St James's Park last week.
How did you sound more Geordie?
It's easily done. You think this is how I sound when I go to Newcastle? I sound very different when I'm around people from the northeast.
6.
Tell you what, you would have had an amazing time there. I mean this genuinely. The northeast is one of my favourite parts of the country. It's just beautiful. The people are lovely. The landscape's lovely. It's just so much more fun, vibrant part of the world.
Just make sure that you get this right, Henry. When you refer to the northeast, you're talking about Newcastle, aren't you?
Yes. And some surrounding areas.
Which don't include Sunderland and Middlesbrough.
I'm not going to carry on this conversation any further.
I can. It's not cultural, it's just fact. Grey Street in Newcastle has been voted the most beautiful street in the country.
85. Charlie requires.
I can't remember the last time anything in Sunderland or Middlesbrough has been voted like that. Double 14. Beautiful, just like that.
Charlie Mambi.
And 2-0 up. Mambi playing really, really well here. Grey Street worthy.
It's Charlie to the first.
That 1-2-1 is Tom Plus check-up number 5 of the day for Charlie Mambi.
Now, before anybody ats me,
59.
Sunderland does have its nice bits, and Middlesbrough might.
Glenn Davant's house?
That's too sparkly for me.
Hi, Glenn. Hope you're well, pal.
100.
I think you've got to be from those places to value what they actually have. It's the same for any place.
98.
But there are some places around the world that everybody agrees is just amazing. Edinburgh's one of them. It's a beautiful, beautiful city.
140.
And you know that Yorkshire people refer to the entire county as God's country, but I think they can honestly say that's not for the entire county.
96.
It's just for most of it.
Well, Mambi 2-0 up, but Duff now looking to try and get the break back. And that 140 will help him en route. Leaving himself on a finish after 9. Mambi all the way back on 248. Needs to find a trouble to leave himself on a finish and able to do so. So Duff's got 6 from here to get the breaker thrown to return the game back to 2-1. Which is why he went 25 first. Doesn't have to go for the bullseye. Has a glance at the scoreboard and he's going to set up.
81.
Well, tops left after 12 for Duff, which is exactly what Mambi did in the opening leg.
Yeah, he doesn't have to concentrate on the 60 here.
100.
I think the 18s was the best call. Maybe even the bullseye. It made no difference.
I've got to say, Nico, so far this has been a bit of a stormer. Okay, Charlie Mambi missed a few darts at a double in the opening leg, but since then, a 12 and a 13, both players averaging 96, and Neil Duff, having got the break back, has returned this game to throw at 2-1.
100.
We have had some decent games today. Gavlas against Mambi, that was 4-3, both averaging 95. That was
100.
the game of the day. Performance of the day came from Mambi in his first game against Wachiuri. Gavlas is going to be the first to finish his campaign for the day, up against Ivan Springboard Poulsen next.
140.
And it will be Neil's responsibility to finish the day off against Peter Wachiuri. But where he finishes in the table
80.
may depend on how he fares in this game.
Yeah, in terms of quality, we have definitely seen worse Group A's. This has been, in terms of standard across the board,
53.
this has been possibly one of the best that we've seen so far this series. Maybe not as good as the one we saw a couple of weeks ago, when we saw Jamai van den Herik
60.
pick up that Group A, but the standard has been fairly good. And Mambi here looking to break back and re-establish the two-leg gap. 6 starts on 208 to do exactly that. Manages to find a treble with the last start to leave himself 108 after 12.
$64. Charlie require 108.
Yeah, that's worked out okay in the end.
Neil, you require 167.
However, well, Neil, what are you doing?
82.
Neil.
Charlie require 32.
What are you doing? 9.
14.
What is Duff man about to dodge a bullet here? He's just made an error. And now we could get away with it.
He must have thought that 7 was a 1. That's the only thing I can think of. But he finds the bullseye. And that sums up Neil Duff. That sums up his class and it sums up his grit. Because he knew he made a little bit of a mishap with the previous turn, but he's made amends of it.
Does he know? Does he have any idea that he had 167 and not 161?
60.
If we get a word with him in the next couple of hours, we're going to have to find out if he did know. Because based on his mannerisms, I don't think he does know.
Well, he does tend to watch these sessions back, so I'm sure if we don't speak to him before, we will get communication from him before play tomorrow. There has been a few results on the Pro Tour and some really good games to kick off the day in Leicester. Max Hops beating Ryan Searle 6-2, averaging 104. Stephen Bunting with a ton plus averaging a 6-2 win against Robert Grundy. Gary Anderson lost 6-2 to Justin Hood, despite averaging 105.14. Wrestle Nyman 6-1 win over Bradley Brooks. Josh Rock beating Owen Bates 6-3. Chris Dobie a 6-3 win over Adam Mould. Ross Smith beating Andy Barton 6-2. And Karol Sedlarczyk beating Johnny Clayton by 6 legs to 4.
I'm astonished that Johnny Clayton's there.
Well, I thought all the World Series boys would give this one a skip.
Absolutely. They should.
78. Neil, you require
But as far as skipping is
121.
concerned, Mambi was skipping it 2-0 up. Since then, his average has plummeted about 4 or 5 points. And Duffman is cruising.
107.
Well, that was to
Charlie
hit back in
require
terms of the 1-2-1
128.
department in this contest. And you get the sense this now has a feel of must hit for Charlie Mambi, this 1-2-8. And that would have been Tom Plush
118.
checkout number 6
you
of the day if he
require
found that
14.
double 10.
Double 2. Perfectly
It's on the
hurdled.
fifth leg. Neil
3-2 lead for Duff. That picture right there of Charlie, it really does
Sixth
tell you
flag,
1,000
it's Neil
words.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, forget Champagne Supernova. It's beginning to slide away for Charlie Mambi, isn't it?
100.
Unless there's another twist.
108. He.
Look at this. Every time he's worried,
140.
he's just able to stay strong.
Well, we said the phrase earlier, didn't we? He's unflappable.
121.
Yeah, he's like a concrete flag. Unflappable.
Well, Charlie Mambi knows a fair bit about concrete, knowing what he does day by day.
100.
And I get the sense that this is a game that both players will enjoy. The pace of it, the fact they both get up and get on with it. The style of both players suit this matchup. Now, Charlie Mambi has left a double after 9 darts, and he is going to get a look at it.
And this time, Neil Duff did have 161.
95. Charlie required 20.
He's been pulling his double 10s all day long.
Game shot on
But
the
he does
sixth
find
leg.
that
Charlie
one to
Mambi.
take us all the way. Last game of round 4 today will be decided by leg 7.
7 from final leg. It's Charlie to throw first. Game on.
Well, we saw 2 last leg deciders yesterday over the course of the session. So far on this Tuesday, we have
85.
seen... This is the 5th that we've seen in this session so far. Coupled up with a few 4-2s as well.
Not as bad as last week. Or sorry, the week before we had 8 on the Tuesday.
15 out of 30, wasn't it?
96.
It became a bit of a running joke in that particular practice room this week. To the point where, at the end of the 4 frees, they had a little glancing look up to us in the commentary
43.
box. We don't get paid by the leg.
85.
Neither did the players.
Not like the old Championship League, where every leg you won, what was it, 50 quid or something?
Am I allowed to do this once?
100.
What do you get if you cross the Duff Man and the Championship League darts from 2009 to 2012? £50 a leg. Oh yeah.
105.
Because that's what Duffman actually earns on The Simpsons. It's $50 an hour as an escort,
96.
or whatever it was.
Charlie required 130.
6 darts of the match for Mambi from 130. Oh, this is superb.
Just make sure of the weight of dart.
Game shot
Double 8 is
and the
fouled.
match.
And Tom
Charlie
Plus
Mambi.
checkout number 6 ensures of a huge win for Charlie Mambi. And it means it's very much advantage Adam Gavlas now in the race to win this Group A. Neil Duff had an opportunity to close in on points to him, but you felt the way Charlie Mambi's been playing today. At some point, his luck was going to change, and that's exactly what's happened there. Next up, even springboard Poulsen takes on Adam Gavlas.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164.
44. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are into our final 3 games of the session here on this Tuesday afternoon. Before the break, Charlie Mambi got the better of Neil Duff by 4 legs to 3, which means that in terms of the table, after that defeat for Adam Gavlas against Ronan McDonagh, no real damage has been done. It's kind of as you are, and it's actually a uniform table because, as you can see there, Gavlas 14, Duff 12, Mambi 10, Wachiuri, McDonagh and Poulsen are in the 3 Group C positions on Thursday and Friday afternoon. So let's get into game 13. It's a meeting between top and bottom as even springboard Poulsen takes on Adam Gavlas. It is Denmark against the Czech Republic, which feels more akin to a fixture at the Euro 96 football tournament than a game at the Modus Super Series. 2 nations which we know, because of the new criteria which was announced earlier on today in regards to the World Championship, will definitely be represented at Alexandra Palace come December 2025.
If you're going to talk about football, Henry, both nations have made the Euros final.
First leg, it's
One of them won it
first.
in 1992.
Game
And then
on.
4 years later, what is now known as Czechia made the final against
Germany. Both played
6.
Germany in the final.
It was Germany, wasn't it? It wasn't West Germany.
It was a united Germany,
Yeah.
yeah. I think the Euro 92 was the first united, because the Berlin Wall was knocked down in 1989, but they still played West Germany at Italia 90. Same as Yugoslavia was no longer a country, but
101.
they played under the Yugoslavian flag at Euro 2000.
Sporting politics can be somewhat complicated at times. But the one thing that is not complicated here at the Modus Super Series is knowing that if Adam Gavlas wins this game, he will lead the table overnight on points, and he won't share the top spot with anyone.
123.
He shared top spot with Duff overnight. As for this situation, you get the double over the Dane,
100.
and you're going to have a minimum of a 2-point lead. You might even have a 4-point lead if Peter Wachiuri were to take out Duff in game 15.
Which, knowing how creative today has been at times, you would not put against.
108.
Well, it looks like he's had his little slip and he is ready to make amends of it straight away, doesn't he, Adam Gavlas? Down to 97 after just 9 darts on the Poulsen throw in the opening leg of this one.
97.
Electing against a double-double shot, which is the right thing to do.
57.
Remember, everyone, if you're trying to learn from this game, double-double is when you believe you're only going to get one attempt. From 141, it's likely that Springbok Poulsen is going to miss that shot.
40.
So back yourself in going for the treble. If you don't get it, you get 2 big singles, leave tops with 3, 1-0, break a throw.
Game shot in the first leg. Adam
And
Gavlas.
somebody read the script.
13 darter to kick things off for Adam Gavlas.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on.
I've saved this until the last game of Tuesday, but I know there's going to be one person viewing this, as well as the Pro Tour action today, because there is a Czechia player in Leicester the next couple of days. But good friend of darts, Pavel Korda, who does an immense amount of work for Czechia darts.
129.
He'll be wanting to see Adam having a good week, because Czechia had a really good week at the World Cup, a best run, and I get the feeling that Gavlas not being in that team for the first time in a couple of years, it might have lit a fire under him. He's actually represented his country at the PDC World Cup 5 times.
He's still only a young man, still only 23 is Adam. Been around the block a little bit, but
45.
This is a vehicle for him where he can really regrow himself as a player, get himself back up to form, back up to scratch. I'd make comparisons to the likes of Bradley Brooks. I know that he's the example that we use a lot this year, but somebody that's been there, done it as a young man, had his struggles, come off tour, but used this as a vehicle to get himself back to where he needed to get to.
Some people grow like sugarcane. They can grow in stature overnight. Some people take a little bit longer. Maybe Gavlas is more like a tree. It's going to take time.
And look, Nathan Aspinall dropped off tour for a time and he came back and he's never stopped since. You don't have to... Sometimes the route to success isn't just one straight flat line. Sometimes it can be up and down. And as long as you deal with the downs okay and then you find yourself back upwards, it's absolutely fine.
I actually think Nathan Aspinall's going to win the match play this year.
I think there's a few players you look at and think they could go on a run. Nathan's one. Geddy's one for me.
Depends on the draw. This depends on Dart 2 being a 54. Not enough 4s. There's only 4.
Tell you who I do really like the look of. It's Jan van Veen. I feel this year he's going to get very close to something.
50.
Again, it depends on the draw.
Well, he's unseeded, isn't he? So he could get anyone. But then that goes the other way, doesn't it?
After an improved Tuesday, it just gets...
41.
We're starting to get the feeling that
60.
Ivan is starting to wilt. There's 40 years between these two.
So a double top for Gavlas.
Game shot
To
in the
make it
second leg. Adam
2-0
Gavlas.
to the Czechia ace. Well, just some other results from elsewhere. Jake Rodriguez has beaten Dave Chills, the number 1 seed, 6-5.
Third leg, it's
Diamond
Ivan
Boda
Todoro
has
first.
beaten Yitzi van der
Game
Waal
on.
by that scoreline. Cameron Menzies, a 6-4 winner over Tedwood Everts. Damon Hetter, 6-4 winner over Cord Decker.
121.
Oscar Lukasiak has beaten the number 2 seed, Martin Schindler, 6-5. Peter Wright has beaten Scott Campbell, 6-4. Ross Smith has beaten Andy Barton, 6-2. Mike DeDecker has beaten James Hubble by 6 legs to 4.
Big fan of Tedwood Everts, by the way.
140.
And Jan van Veen's just beaten Mervyn King, 6-5. Danny Lauby, a 6-1 win over Kai Gotthardt.
There's a weekly winner from last year in Kai Gotthardt.
100.
Finding tour life pretty difficult.
And how many times have we said it about players? I mean, Barry Van Peer's probably a great example of which, in terms of he dominated the Challenge Tour when he went on to win his card. He pretty much had it done halfway through the season, and yet the step up has been a bit too much for him.
He didn't just do that. He won the WDF World Cup singles. He was very good here. But the PDC Pro Tour is not for the faint-hearted.
60.
It's difficult. The standard, it is just so high wherever you look. And if you turn up and you average 87, prepare to get beat. Even sometimes if you average 105 in the case of Gary Anderson today, prepare to get beat. Gavlas is looking to beat Springborg here.
108.
And to send a statement to the rest of the field as if to say, no one's going to catch me.
Averaging here 109.38. Potential 11 darter here to get the double breaker throw in the contest. It's double 12. It's not there.
Ivan, you require 170.
It nearly was. No panic just yet. And that was going to be in the 60 had it not been for the previous start.
98. Adam, you require
We saw Gavlas
24.
miss a fair few in his last game. 17 darts at a double in his game against Ronan McDonagh. If he misses 3 more here, he could be pegged back. Double 6. It's becoming an infectious disease, these missed doubles for him. He's got a lovely guide. But he
12.
cannot nestle it in.
Ivan, you require
Just goes to show
72.
how well you're playing. It really doesn't matter. You can still lose your way.
32.
But he's coming back for double 6.
Adam, you require 12.
And it might not even be his worst leg of the match.
Well, the scoring has been on point in this contest. But it's been this department where things have gone wrong for Gavlas. But he puts it right there. He gets a double break and he moves 3-0 to the good.
Full flag. It's Adam to the row first. Game on.
We haven't had a Czech weekly winner, have we?
No. Sasha Masek is the closest, getting to the semis.
Yeah, he played really well when he was here.
That was actually, I think that was the week that Ronan McDonagh played last.
140.
It was.
It was.
Don't do it.
He beat Sam.
Don't do it.
That was the week he lost to Sam Spivey in the final.
Oh, well done.
131.
You got it right.
Seaside. Carl Schneid was the other semi-finalist that week.
I like the emphasis on the Schneid. I feel a need for Schneid. But he didn't have enough speed when he's up against the hammer on Saturday night.
140.
Yeah, so far, Jess Smith, Scott Taylor, John O'Shea, Shane McGurk and Andrew Hamilton into Champions Week.
All right, Dave Lanning. Giving him the full name treatment. Andrew Hamilton. That's what Dave used to do so well. You'd get your birth certificate full name when you were introduced to a match. And nobody's done it better. And nobody ever will.
One of the golden trio of that generation of commentary. Him, Sid Waddell and John Gwynn, who we miss all 3 of them tremendously.
100.
Gavlas here looking to
81.
rounded off. Now, despite the multitude of missed darts at the double, his average is still in excess of 103. And for the second leg in a row, he's left himself on a finish after 9 darts. And there's absolutely nothing Springboard can do about it.
$69.
Oh, well. He might as well leave double 6 again because he's already hit it in the game. Imagine averaging over 100 and you could potentially miss
Adam,
6 or 7 darts at a double. That's how well he scored.
Well, he's outplayed Poulsen, but can he finish him off? But this double 6 has not been a friend. And now he's staring down at the trapdoor.
9.
And it does not open for him.
And the reason that happened is because he didn't hit the single 20 in the previous turn. And this is your definitive
Adam, you require
being
3.
cornered moment. Single 1, double 1, it's the only shot you've got.
Shuffles across, does not like the look of this one bit.
No
and
score.
that's why. And Springborg's back.
Ivan, you require 55.
Sounds like a movie. Springborg's back.
Game shot on the full
He's the
flag.
man
Ivan
behind
Springborg
the
Poulsen.
mask. That's an Alice Cooper song, by the way.
5th flag.
That was
It's
from a
Ivan
great
to the
movie, by the way.
first.
Friday the 13th. I don't know which one it was, but it was Jason Takes New York.
80.
We'll be in New York. Well, me and you won't be, but the darts will be in New York next week.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting tournament, I think. There are people from that side of the pond in real form.
135.
Adam Savada's in some stunning form. Former weekly finalist here. Sto Bunce, also in some good form. I know that life hasn't been easy for Sto recently. His
125.
White Crystal's been very sick. We wish all of the Bunce family well.
In the case of Adam Savada, if he is playing in this series or the next, he's not just a contender to win a week. I think he's a Champions Week winning contender.
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
There's no doubt about that.
58.
He's a seriously talented player.
If life allows, then he's somebody, if he did go to Q school next year,
45.
you would say has got a ridiculously good chance of getting his card.
I agree with you to a certain extent, but there are so many examples right now of people who are saying, do you know what, I don't think Q School's for me right now because of the way my life is. It might be the case for a lot of the players who love playing CDC darts. I don't personally think it suits Jeff Smith. He's going to be back at Champions Week after winning week 1, but I think he's better off playing at this level.
41.
I dare I say it, got a better chance of qualifying for the World Championship here one year.
Maybe.
Because obviously we know the rules are, and Jeff Smith fell foul of that particular ruling himself, didn't he? That because of the rules, if you win one of those associated tournaments, then you don't get that World Championship place. Although, be interested to see now there's a UK and Ireland associate member qualifier, whether those things may change a little bit.
Time will tell. The here and now is all about Gavlas and how many points he'll have in the bank and what kind of buffer he will have overnight.
Game shot.
Well, no matter what
Adam
happens,
Gavlas.
Adam Gavlas is going to lead the way. 16 points to his name following 10 matches. He is in very good stead. And it means that Neil Duff in a couple of games' time, you feel has to beat Peter Wachiuri to stand a decent chance. But that was a decent finish to the game. Some missed doubles in there from Adam Gavlas, but he completely outscored Yvonne Springboard Poulsen. Next up is Ronan McDonagh against Charlie Mambi. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lava!
beautiful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Poulsen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Adam Gavlas ended his day with 16 points following a 4-1 win against Ivan Poulsen. So, to game number 14 of the session, and it is a meeting between Ronan McDonagh and Charlie Mambi. Now, Charlie can end the day with 12 points to his name and open up a 4-point gap temporarily on Peter Wachiuri in 4th place, which is the first spot into Group C. On Thursday and Friday afternoon. For Ronan, if he can win this one, then he makes this a little bit of a mini race for Group B, because this would be the first game tomorrow morning, and Ronan would be able to reduce the gap to just a couple of points. 93. And it would also give Peter Wachiuri the opposition to give Charlie a leapfrog going into Wednesday's play. And as far as Charlie's concerned, really good performance last time out. 97 average, 3 180s, 2 ton plus checkouts, a 4-3 win against Neil Duff. But Ronan,
59.
In patches, has been good, but he's going to have to find the top end of it here, you feel, to get a result.
131.
He's had some pretty good displays today. But his inability to get the job done
41.
quicker, it has cost him. Not just today, but yesterday as well.
Well, Mambi leaves himself handy on the big fish after 9.
Charlie require 107.
McDonagh is 12 from 43 on doubles today. Needless to say, if he does get chances in this match,
134.
I think that conversion rate will not be good enough.
140.
If Charlie Mambi goes into Group C this week from this table, he'll be wondering how on earth.
Game shot on the first
Especially
leg.
when he's
Charlie
throwing
Mambi.
legs like that.
But what I will say to you is, how many times have we
Second
seen
leg, it's Charlie to throw
a
first.
player having a Group A like Charlie Mambi's having, playing well, not getting results, and then it flip second half of the week. We saw it last week, didn't we, with Andy Hamilton, where actually he had the highest average of Group A, finished 5th.
85.
And then come the end game, he was the one lifting the trophy on Saturday night.
121.
Do you know what I like about this setup
100.
that Charlie's got? He's got darker coloured darts with a lot of grip texture.
83.
But he's got very shiny points. And there's never any question where the dart is. Do you know there used to be a rule in the PDC when Tommy Cox was tournament director? Black points, for a very short period of time, were outlawed.
100.
Because they couldn't be picked up by the TV cameras. You had to use golden or silver points. Which went down very badly with a few of us because we all preferred
100.
the darker points, which had a very different texture on them. In particular, a certain Flying Scotsman wasn't
97.
pleased at all.
Charlie
And neither was
required
Vincent van der Voort.
156. $60. Ronan, you
Very
require
uncomplicated,
100.
isn't it? But there could be some complications if McDonagh levels up here. And he's going to have double 16 to level up and find his second three-figure outshot of the day.
84. Charlie require 96.
I did the right thing.
60.
Staying on the
Ronan, you
60 there. It was
require
such a beautiful
16.
marker, but he missed his target.
Game shot on the second
2-8 to
leg.
McDonagh
Ronan
to level up
McDonagh.
at 1 apiece. And that has been the double for him today. Pretty much everything else has
Third leg,
deserted
it's
him,
Ronan to
apart
the
from that
reverse.
trusty friend
Game
on the
on.
southwest side of the board.
$85.
That first dart, well, I was going to say was pretty much perfect for Charlie. It'd be a
95.
little bit of greedy. He wasn't able to really follow that up.
57.
That would be an interesting thing to find out from the players. What is their perfect first dart, in their opinion,
100.
based on what they know about how their darts do behave in the air? That second dart was pretty much perfect, wasn't it?
Of course, if Charlie Mambi qualifies for Group B, he'll play a fellow
58.
young gun in Henry Coates. Now, that could be an exciting encounter on Thursday and Friday night.
I couldn't agree more. That's the kind of
59.
game I want to see these days.
$140. Ronan,
We
you
wouldn't
require
have those kind of
160.
talents if it hadn't been for people nurturing them. As they were growing up.
140. Charlie
Manby's
require
parents.
108.
Jamie Caven with Henry Coates, and my word,
38.
that is
Ronan, you
seriously
require
unfortunate for
20.
Charlie. That's twice today he's had a dart rejected from the board. And he might find himself behind.
Game shot
Beautifully
on the third
crafted.
leg. Ronan McDonagh.
2-1 McDonagh. And for Charlie Mambi, again,
Fourth leg,
averaging in
it's
excess
Charlie
of
to the row
90
first.
and then getting
on.
no change. Although, of course, still early days in this contest.
55.
I wonder if that's an order in a Turkish McDonald's. A McDonagh.
58.
I'm not being funny. It might be.
Do you know the perfect person to ask on that would be?
Umit Aygan Soslu.
Oh, that is peak knowledge. But I'd say Mr. Paul Hinks. He basically lives out there these days.
125.
Turkey.
Does he?
About 3 times a year he goes on holiday over there.
140.
Some people say I need to go to Turkey. The less said the better, as McDonagh piles in a max.
96. Ronan, you
This
require
game could be getting away from
138.
Charlie. This is one of those good displays from
98.
Ronan.
Charlie, you require
Averaging
150.
93 and a bit. And got Mambi on the back foot in round
52.
number 5.
Ronan, you require
Again, this
40.
is the point yesterday where Charlie lost to Wachiuri from the 105 average.
Game shot number 4 flag.
McDonagh
Ronan
is
McDonagh.
focused. He's 3-1 up. And it's been a
Fifth
16,
flag,
an
it's
18
Ronan to
darter,
the
and a
first.
13 darter
Game on.
after Mambi started with a 13 of his own.
Don't think you need words to tell you how Charlie Mambi's feeling right now. As for Ronan McDonagh, I think he's going to be happier come the end of the day. But I don't think he'll be fully content with things. There's big glimpses of better stuff. If he can piece it all together, he's going to be dangerous rest of the week. Make no doubt about that.
60. $100.
He is
100.
strolling to the finishing line here. The line on his scoring has been really good the last couple of legs.
140. Ronan, you require
Both players are 161 after 9, but McDonagh with first poke to take the match. Bullseye.
136.
And considering all the troubles he's had
Charlie,
in terms of
require
finishing off legs, it would have been
161.
ironic if he finished off a 161.
He's not going to be stopped by a 161. Well, you said it
49.
all day long.
Ronan, you require
Double 8 has been his
25.
best friend.
And he has an opportunity to finish the day on that particular double.
Game
And to
shot
finish
and
off a day of
match.
toil
Ronan McDonagh.
for Charlie Mambi is not gone to plan for the young man from Huddersfield. It's a better day for Ronan McDonagh, and he'll be hoping to push on come Wednesday. Now only a couple of points off a Group B spot, and these two will go head-to-head in the first game of Wednesday's action. 96 average for Ronan McDonagh and a 4-1 win against Charlie Mambi. One more game to go, and it's a meeting between Neil Duff and Peter Wachiuri.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George, you require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got to end the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to kick off our final game of Tuesday, and it is a meeting between Neil Duff and Peter Wachiuri. This was the first game yesterday, which Neil Duff won by 4 legs to 2 against the Kenyan Ace. Before the break, we saw Ronan McDonagh end his day with a win, a 4-1 victor over Charlie Mambi, who will be probably left to scratch his head as to how things have transpired the way they have on Tuesday. And instead of looking up the table and potentially looking at winning this Group A, he's now in a position where he's precariously looking over his shoulder in terms of Group C darts. And if Peter Wachiuri wins this game and he wins it by a scoreline, then he could actually overtake Charlie Mambi, but he'll have to win it 4-1 or better against the 2022 WDF Champione of the World.
Seems like a long time ago when these guys were playing the first game of the group yesterday morning. Peter didn't play that well. Duff had a typical display. A couple of maxes, average of nearly 90. Decent on the doubles. It was a good foundation, but since then, things have become a bit sticky. If he doesn't win this game, like you said, Henry, he's in a bit of a mire.
45.
He heads back into the situation that he found himself in the last time he played here, and that's having to do the job from Group C, which I don't think he'll mind too much. I actually think if you fancy yourself as one of the 2 players to get out of that group, I think the time of day is absolutely perfect. 1 o'clock start, you have your morning, have a bit of breakfast, have a nice little leisurely stroll to the venue, get ready for 1, you finish at 6, you can have a good night's sleep, and then
55.
go again on the Friday.
Sounds easy, doesn't it? I don't think it's going to be easy when you've got Darren Johnson in that group. DJ is still a very handy player from Yorkshire.
45.
Kieran Tian, the 2-time weekly champion. And Jonathan Platt will be looking to go a little bit better than the last time he was here.
95.
Just been doing some delving into the stats for the day. Charlie Mambi has picked up 4 points despite averaging just under 95 for the session. And a 40% hit rate on his doubles.
Yeah, that feels about right. No wonder he'll be frustrated leaving the venue.
There's a ring to it akin to what Jamie Lewis had a couple of weeks ago.
Here we require 155. $99. PT requires 66.
What does Wachiuri do on 66? 6 first. And he doesn't get the single after.
The truth be told, that was a bit of a mess.
Here we require 56.
Didn't do much wrong in round 5 yesterday, did he?
Game
And there's nothing wrong with that from Duff.
Yeah, he piled in that 105.64 against Charlie Mambi around about this time yesterday. But then Neil Duff also found his best game at the end of the session yesterday. But the early signs are that maybe the extremities of this Tuesday are just beginning to hit home to both players.
60.
Playing back-to-back days is difficult, but when you do it back-to-back-to-back, that's even harder.
60.
That rest period between Wednesday and Thursday is so important these days.
There's nobody in this building more experienced at doing that than Neil Duff. which is why, of course, he wants to win Group A, but if it doesn't quite work out tomorrow, he will happily take the Group B and he'll happily just build himself in towards Saturday.
Yeah, he won't panic.
85.
I get the feeling that Peter believes that he can side stack really well in his scoring, as well as overstack. I'm not 100% convinced on that.
100.
Because we've seen a couple of times today where he's had a deflection off his flight protector. That's that metallic piece at the end that you can barely see on the top of the flight. He hits that. There's all sorts of corners, but that could have been a wonderful 161.
He's posing the question to Neil Duff in this second leg. Admittedly, it's a leg on throw for the Kenyan.
100. PT required 25.
So to square up on one apiece. One for double 12.
Game shot in the second leg.
Yes,
Peter
one
Wachiuri.
double 12. Not 2. Just 1 double 12.
Third leg, it's Neil to throw first.
Well, any which way, 14 data for Peter Wachiuri. We're back on terms.
Have we seen a weirder 2-dart finish than 48 with 2 double 12s?
140.
There's not been many, has there, if the truth be told?
100.
I've been told in my ear by our producer, who's very up on things like this, that there's been a 62 taken out treble 20 double 1 in a qualifying event once upon a time.
38.
I think the person who did that needs to have a word with themselves. There you can see that overstacking method.
60.
He needed dart 3 to be dart 1, and surely that would have been a better score.
It's Sudovic has beaten Christopher Tysky 6-3. James Ray's beaten Gabriel Clemens 6-2.
He's having a very tough season as Gabe Clemens. He's seeing a lot of people overtake him in the German rankings. He's got a lot to figure out.
Dare I say, if next year doesn't go to plan, we are looking at desperate levels for Gabriel. And I mean top 64 desperate.
He's not playing poorly, but everybody else is playing better. He's stagnated. And you can't do that in this sport. Unless you're averaging 100.
140.
Which, let's face it, not many people are doing right now over the last 200 legs.
$66.
Well, Duff's got time and space here to
102.
re-establish his lead in this contest. 6, maybe more, from 102.
Another slip. And it makes no difference whatsoever. So welcome to the weird, wonderful, wide world of weird checkouts.
Fourth leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
I'll tell you what, it's been a day which has been littered with ton plus checkouts. 13 of them over the course of the session.
100.
6 of which have come from Charlie Mambi.
Would you like to throw a little bit of extra tinder on his
95.
fire?
Put it this way, last year we had Wesley Plazier here, and Wesley was averaging 94 day on day, and we could not help but heap the superlatives on him, saying he was going to waltz and walk away with Group A, which he did end up doing with 28 points. And we said, oh, this is the type of form that could basically be competitive in any environment. It has been for Charlie Mambi. The only problem is, on any given occasion, everybody's raised their game against him. In some way, being paid the utmost respect has transpired against him.
60. $59.
I don't blame Neil for going downstairs on 266. It makes perfect sense. Now, this is a brilliant job. It should be a max, this. Oh, he's just looking for the flight to catch it, and he just misses the wing.
$85.
That diverts the
PT
wrong
require
side.
125.
Wachiuri back for 125 to square this game back up at 2 apiece. Well, there's the bullseye. A 25 will leave him another poke at that target.
Make it happen. Oh, look at it. It was kicking over as well. If he found the 25, that bull was going to be harder to find than it first looked.
Now, Neil Duff found the 102 in the previous leg. Can he find the 122 here to really wrestle the game in his grasp, in his control? He's not going to get a poke at the bull. Wachiuri's going to get free at tops to level it.
He's looking for the jam sandwich again, Henry.
54. PT require 40.
Looks like he can't preserve his chances.
So tops for a level game. Tops is found for a level game.
Wachiuri.
And we are back at an even kilter at 2-2.
Fifth flag, it's Neil to throw first. Game up.
So 2 apiece in this final game of the day.
Here's a question for you, Henry. You were here the last time
6.
Peter played in an actual week, not at the influencer event, and not in pairs. From a reputational standpoint,
26.
who was his biggest win against that week? Because if you think about it logically, yes, he's made big waves in Kenyan news, coming here and making a final, losing to Scott Campbell.
100.
But if we think about it, this is a game against a world champion. He didn't beat Neil yesterday, but I'm pretty confident that if Wachiuri were to win this game,
6.
or indeed a game against Duff tomorrow, that it would make news in Kenya that he's beaten a world champion.
He did pick up a win against Leonard Gates the last time he was here. He beat Colin Osborne in the semi-finals. That's probably the biggest scalp that I can see on paper. I'm just going to have a little delve through his Group C campaign. Yeah, that's probably the biggest one for him.
96.
Although he could be playing Martin Thomas again if he gets into Group B. Looking forward to seeing Tomo again.
Is that your best impression of an Aussie?
No,
Tomo.
that wasn't an impression at all. Just looking forward to seeing Martin. He's one of those people that when you see, he brings a smile to your face.
I call him Martin because there's only one Tomo. That's Justin Thompson from Mildura. Oh, no,
83.
he's from Swan Hill up in Victoria, in Australia. You met Tomo, haven't you?
Lakeside a couple of years ago. Really nice fella. Really nice fella. Played that late night game, didn't he, against Paul Hogan. Tops is found for Duff. 3-2 he leads. And when I say late night, we were heading towards midnight, weren't we, that evening?
Sixth flag.
Which is more like midday for him.
Game on.
Yeah, the producers of that broadcast we were both working for were sweating, weren't they?
I think everybody's going to be sweating for the next couple of months.
96.
Weather in Portsmouth and the surrounding continent over the next couple of months is going to be sweltering.
Who can stand the heat? That's the question. Of course, Champions Week's going to be right in the middle of August this time.
Well, if Adam Gavlas does win this group, at least we can get him to service the air conditioners on Thursday and Friday.
Well, he's already getting paid on the clock, so, you know.
45.
See if he'll do mates rates or something. You could tell that Neil Duff is trying to extract every last fibre out of him, but it's becoming rather tiresome work.
140.
If he wants to win in this leg, this has got to be good.
108.
And it doesn't get any better than that.
Is
a half dart lead enough? Maybe not.
140.
Now, Wachiuri leaves himself an 80. How handy can Neil Duff leave it from here? Beautiful first. Surely a second's begging to be hit. And now Wachiuri's going to be forced to take out the 80.
133. PT
Whatever you do, Peter,
80.
keep it straight. Well, it's inviting. And it's in.
On the sixth leg, Peter Wachiuri.
We go all the way. A respectful
7th and final
bump
leg.
of the
It's
fist
Neil
between
to
the
throw
pair.
first. Game on.
And a little bit of frustration perhaps from Peter Wachiuri.
140.
I think what we read as frustration sometimes might not be the same in his culture. That's where sometimes we've got to be a little bit more open-minded. There are places around the world where I think Peter may have dropped a part of his flight there, or maybe his flight protector's fallen off. I think he was conscious that he was maybe putting Neil off there and he decided to stay still.
85.
Let's have a look to see if it did fall off. Yep, it has. There's a protector on dart 2 and dart 3, but there isn't on dart 1. It has fallen on the floor somewhere. Good luck finding it. It's the same colour as the carpet.
Well, Peter Wachiuri is heading to the drinks table in his pose that he did yesterday. And it may well be closing time at the bar for the Kenyan. Well, it definitely is now because he went up first on 306. I can already hear Owen Binks in my ear, shouting all about it.
Well, there you go, everybody. You've completed everything on the Henry Deacon bingo card today. You've had Cam Crabtree, Owen Bates, Owen Binks.
60.
Well, you didn't get the other... We did have a bit of Spivey Man earlier.
Exactly.
But no tungsten teaser.
You just said it.
Yeah, but we didn't have one. We'll do one tomorrow. I won't make sure you miss out 2 days in a row.
55.
Well, if we're going to have one today, you've got to be quick because Neil Duff only needs 116 to win this final match.
He's got 6 darts for it. 19 leads tops. Tops for the match. Tops for the win, and to win in some style. 2 top plus checkouts in the match for Neil Duff, and that is a win against Peter Wachiuri, which keeps him on the coattails of Adam Gavlas. The gap is going to be just 2 points between the pair going in to Wednesday's action. This is how this game went then. 93.03 the average of Neil Duff. And have a look at that. 4 out of 4 when it came to his doubling. 2 ton plus checkouts in there. It wasn't a bad performance from Peter Wachiuri, but he's going to have work to do. A couple of points of Charlie Mambi in 3rd position going into Wednesday's play. So this is what we have seen on this Tuesday afternoon. 15 games have come and gone. There's been twists, there's been turns. These are the results from the last 6 games. Neil Duff, as you saw there, a 4-3 win against Peter Wachiuri. Charlie Mambi averaged around about 95 for the day, but could only pick up 4 points. He beat Neil Duff 4-3 before losing 4-1 to Ronan McDonagh, but it's been a day once again which has been dominated by Adam Gavlas. He dropped that match against Ronan McDonagh there, but has managed to beat even Poulsen in his last, which means that he's going to have a 2-point lead at the top of the table for Neil Duff overnight. Confirmation of it there. Gavlas on 16 points from Neil Duff in 2nd position on 14. Charlie Mambi 4 points adrift on 10. Ronan McDonagh and Peter Wachiuri are both on 8. They're going to be chasing the coattails of Charlie Mambi going into Wednesday's action, whereas even Springboard Poulsen is cut adrift with just 4 points to his name. So that's how the table looks. This is what's coming up across Pluto TV over the coming hours. Ted Evans and Fallon Sherritt will be recalling their historic World Championship game on the Tungsten Tour. That's followed by some of the most iconic moments in the history of the Modus Super Series. We're going to be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. to see how this group comes to a close, with Adam Gavlas having a 2-point lead from Neil Duff at the top of it. And the Czech will be hoping that he's into Saturday's final, which will be live here exclusively on Pluto TV. Our coverage gets underway from 7:30 p.m. Well, from the Asset, Paul Nicholson, and myself, Henry Deacon, thank you so much for your company. We'll see you tomorrow from 9:30. Until then, take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...